You know what, you guys? As much as the heel's advocate has done the freaking tribal glaze, right? Roman Reigns, the guy with the perfect eyes, the perfect beard, the perfect neck, the perfect back, the perfect if you smell what the tribal heel is glazing. My brothers and sisters, I have come to this painful realization that at this point, we right now have nothing to show for Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns has completely failed us. I mean, what has he been doing lately, man? Especially in this build-up with CM Punk. Come on. All he does is he walks to the freaking ring, alright? His entrance alone is about 10 minutes. He gets into the ring. He says his freaking stupid catchphrase, you know, like, insert city, acknowledge me. And then when he's about to put the freaking mic to his mouth and say something, he goes out and he gets immediately interrupted. This is the running theme of Roman Reigns, and I'm sick and tired of pretending that it isn't. Alright? This entire notion, right? This entire freaking notion just stems from the fact that Triple H, he is artificially, you know, like, creating him to be a big deal. In WWE Unreal, what did Triple H say? Triple H basically has said, oh yeah, if you have a big star, you have to make sure that you don't overexpose them, right? Okay, cool. You do not overexpose him, but you then also don't even show him when he matters, right? This is supposed to be his freaking Royal Rumble victory, and he's supposed to walk into WrestleMania and you know, headline night too with CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship. But he barely does anything, man. This build-up has completely made me cold to it. Let's look at it from week to week, okay? He immediately wins the freaking Royal Rumble. Triple H comes out on the Royal Rumble post show and then he says, yeah, I'm not really sure when Roman Reigns is going to show up and, you know, like, talk. Okay, whatever. But, you know, it just so happens, it literally so happens that he's immediately there on Monday Night Raw. So I don't know, like, I don't know what the hell Triple H was smoking. But regardless, he comes out and he says, I am going to be picking CM Punk, right? And the motivation behind this is just so freaking artificial. The motivation behind this is that he has always hated CM Punk. The motivation is that when, you know, they walked out of War Games and they lost, CM Punk was taunting him by lifting his freaking World Heavyweight Championship in the air and kind of like, you know, like mocking him behind his back. That is what basically, you know, Roman Reigns said in regards of why he hates CM Punk. And he basically also said, yeah, but I'm also going to be picking you because you are on the bigger show. You're on Monday Night Raw. Cool. All right. The problem stems from the beginning. You win the Royal Rumble. Finally, you have a shot to get back the title that you lost. The WWE Undisputed Championship. You win the Royal Rumble and you do nothing with it. That is my problem.
In this business, you don't get ready, you stay ready. But when it comes to WrestleMania, you put in that little bit more effort. I hope Jade's doing the same.
Three, come on. 4, all you still.
See, I've worked to be on this many manias. I've busted my ass day in and day out since I was 16. Years old to make it to WrestleMania. So I'm not gonna have anyone tell me that I don't deserve to be on WrestleMania, especially someone like Jade Cargill. Ever since she came into the WWE, she's been throwing her weight around like she is something, like she is someone, like she's that bitch. She ain't that bitch. I'm that bitch. She's just another wannabe that has the spotlight for a couple of minutes. She's gonna be gone, just like yesterday's news. I meant everything I said, and I still do. I don't need that title, but that title needs me. to be on this Mania. I've busted my ass day in and day out since I was
I don't think you have issues in finding a girlfriend because you happen to be a cute AF 5'4" man. You could really just have a super sour personality that nobody, really wants to be around. And from the looks of it.
So a YouTuber named Joshua just made a 22-minute video about me, calling me a pick-me hype maxer. So today I'm gonna dismantle every logical flaw in everything he says. And by the end, you'll be glad there's someone out here representing and speaking up for us guys who hear this kind of gaslighting every day and usually just take it in silence. Now I'm sure you guys can also see the irony of a 5'5" fellow manlet that has built a YouTube channel around pandering to blue-pilled normies, calling me the one who took the less popular position, the pick-me. Less than a minute into the video and your argument's already breaking down, Joshua. One of the first things you'll notice here after a while is the fact that it's very clear that Joshua never even took a single look at my YouTube channel. In fact, I think it's gonna come as quite a surprise when he finds out that I even have one. Now, it's clear to me that Joshua's trying to be some kind of funny man comedian, and he puts that at a higher priority than research or accuracy. And I get it. Research sucks. It's boring, It's not fun. It takes a lot of time. But I feel like if you've got the time to edit like Mr. Beast, then you should probably have the time to portray the person you're describing in a way that's not completely divorced from reality. But that's forgivable. I can respect the funny man comedian grind. I can even forgive a degree of failing to properly research the person you're discussing. But just some wisdom for you, Joshua. It's probably not the best idea to go around loosely throwing words like asshole around, directed towards people online that you clearly don't know very well.
This guy is an asshole. He doesn't give a darn about eyebrows.
I mean, the guy misrepresents me in bad faith multiple times. You guys will see what I mean later. This video is just full of sloppy, logical fallacies and contradictions, and I'm gonna point out and highlight every last one of them. I mean, the guy may have blown up on YouTube, but regardless, I feel like he has a lot to learn still. And it's time for me to share him some of the wisdom of the elders. Because one thing you shouldn't do when you have such a broad audience as his is dismiss and invalidate the struggles of an entire group of people that might comprise a decent portion of your own audience. I don't think the guy realizes how many members of his audience probably silently agree with me and feel hurt and betrayed by the things he said in this video. I mean, the guy straight up admits that heightism is real in one sentence, and then in the next sentence, brushes it off as the world's least important social issue. And that little contradiction there, that tells you everything you need to know about where this video's going. Let's get into it.
And I kind of sort of give off great and awesome leader vibes. Most of you have probably even thought, wow, Joshua's gotta at least be 6 to 7 feet. I need to be honest with you guys. I'm 5'5".
There you go. The guy confirms the existence of height bias by reaffirming the tendency for people to assume that the leader is the tall one of the group, and then goes on to tell us who the real pick-me is. Is it the manlet putting his reputation on the line for little in return? Or the manlet virtue signaling to normies for fat stacks of cash?
Yeah, being short was the bane of my existence, but now, not that much. In fact, funny enough, that's something that I happen to grow out of. Interestingly enough, I happen to find somebody older than me who actually hasn't grown out of it and hasn't grown at all.
I get that you're really leaning on this grown out of it quip like it's some kind of crutch, but the reality is, it doesn't make sense as an introduction to me, as a person and a content creator. As you'll find out later, Joshua is aware that I claim to like being short. Unfortunately, since his only sources are 3 or 4 of my TikToks, his lack of sufficient information has left him making the worst bad faith assumptions about everything I say. And to be honest, it's hard to understand why. Why would your first reaction to me, of all people, be such revulsion? I don't get it. I try not to offend anyone. I guess the message itself is offensive to some people. Isn't that sad? But yeah, if you watched any of the videos from my origin story playlist on YouTube, linked in the description, he would understand that I have, indeed, grown out of my height insecurity. At a younger age than most people. That's something I noticed about myself growing up. I always had the worst, most intense emotions and insecurities. It would get so bad that it would eventually reach a peak. I went through intense periods of anguish, but would overcome those feelings at a young age. Other people often don't think about these feelings. They let them fester in the background for decades. But those who feel them the hardest overcome them the fastest.
This guy goes by the name of Chadlet Maxer.
This guy can't even be bothered to get my goddamn name right. Somebody probably just sent him a bunch of clips in Discord and said, "Hey Joshua, this is Chadlet Maxer, and he's a chud."
And he is single-handedly fighting against the war that is heightism.
And I wish I was shorter. Short guys are told to just be confident.
This is how today's world works. If you're tall, you end up getting to go to high society.
But the second we stand up for ourselves, we're mocked. As you can see, Joshua's only referencing my short-form content. Content that's highly simplified in order to fit within a 1-minute time window. That's not a good foundation to come away with an accurate conclusion about someone's philosophy on life. When I see a guy who's shorter than me, it feels like he's stealing my place.
As you can see, there's a lot to unpack here. So in the beginning, I thought that maybe this just happened to be a sort of fetish kink page because of the way that he was phrasing his words. But he also happens to post videos like 5'3" Catboy Cute Cell versus 7-foot Dami Mommy and Hype Pill on the news about Charlie Kirk.
6'5", right? And walked into a room. It's like, whoa, who's that guy? He's going places, and of course he already went places.
I can see why someone who comes across a lot of my short-form videos might come away with that impression. In my mind, I use that as a way to get attention and get people talking about me. Looks like my plan is finally working. But also, what the fuck does the Charlie Kirk video have in common with the Dami Mommy video? How does the Charlie Kirk one reinforce your initial point in any way? Seems like a randomly selected example. Unless you're insinuating that there's something kinky about the death of Charlie Kirk.
This is gonna sound crazy. I don't like how this guy positions himself as someone who wants to be shorter because it's an ideal height for him now, solely because it's something that he'd accept more, which is a complete lie. Especially since later down the line, you'll find that he actually has issues with other people being upset at him because he is shorter. So which one is it? You can't say that you want to get short and then get upset when people call you out for being small.
You know, it's pretty funny to see how much I'm confusing you, Joshua. I knew my worldview would confuse the shit out of most people before I started this channel. Now I get to kick back and watch the chaos unfold. The reason I want to be short isn't because it's easier to accept. It's because my brain snapped from the anguish it was experiencing and had to warp itself into an unnatural state to adapt to my situation. It's like the compulsion to pour salt on your wounds. Anyone else have that, or is it just me? And also, why would anyone not have an issue with other people being upset at you for an unchangeable physical characteristic that you have? Isn't that a normal human reaction? Or did the sanity bar shift? You know, you speak with such certainty, saying that me wanting to be short is a complete lie. Oh, the irony. What you just said was a complete lie, bro. Here's a bit of wisdom for you. In the future, try not to make uncertain claims about individuals with such certainty. I can fight heightism and want to be shorter. They're not mutually exclusive. Masochism is a real thing.
I think it's a huge disrespect to little persons who have genetic disorders and medical conditions because they did not choose to be a little person.
Now this is where I felt my blood pressure spike when I first heard it. No one likes it when someone puts you on the spot, forcing you to defend yourself against accusations of offending some group of people the accuser doesn't even belong to. Most people are getting tired of being put on trial all the time. which is why people are starting to give less and less of a shit about being accused of bigotry. Also, the statement doesn't even make sense. I'm disrespectful to them because they didn't choose it? What the fuck? I mean, think about it. How does that make sense? I'm disrespectful because they didn't choose it. Maybe he'll explain more. Probably not. But he's got a Blue Sky account, so now it all makes sense.
There is a ton of videos and a ton of resources that you can find on the internet about little persons and the struggles that they have to deal with concerning their medical condition, concerning dwarfism. And in that process, when it comes to them accepting it, it comes from a process of them learning that this isn't something that I can change. My height isn't the only thing that makes me me. I could do so many things. You know, it comes from a place of growth because that's something that they cannot change. Learning to be happy with your shortcomings, I don't mean it like that, is a part of the process.
Not much to disagree with here. Obviously, being a little person is not an ideal situation, medically or otherwise. And if that's how most of them accept their lot in life, then fair enough. But don't assume they're all the same either. I'd be willing to bet there's a good number of them that snapped and turned masochistic, just like me. That also counts as accepting what you can't change. It's just a different path. But yeah, my height isn't the only thing that makes me either. But you wouldn't know that based off a handful of TikToks. Truth is, you'd be hard-pressed to find many other people who have as much sympathy for little people as I do. And not in a patronizing way either. It legit made me angry when I heard that the new Snow White movie refused to cast actual dwarves as the 7 dwarves. That's their fucking livelihood, dude. Acting is one of the few special opportunities they have access to. Some people, like me, actually enjoy demeaning roles and situations. Just let people make their own decisions.
Chad here saying that he's jealous of shorter people because of how small they are and taking over his role is extremely disrespectful since he only sees a smaller person as someone who is submissive.
I want to be the small, submissive one.
I shouldn't have to tell you this, but small does not equal weak. It doesn't equal submissive. If you had to fight Adam Ant to the death, I promise you. Shit, if you had to fight 4 little persons and they started standing on each other's shoulders, dude, you're fucked, man.
You say I'm jealous of shorter people, which is correct. But you are showing clips of people with dwarfism as your B-roll. I think Joshua here is under the impression that I want to be a dwarf. People always take things to extremes now, don't they? I've never wanted to be any shorter than 4'10", and I clarified that in my long-form video covering the topic. In fact, I'm pretty sure I even said it in the TikTok you're referencing. Did you even read the on-screen text? Or has the skibbity toilet brain rot taken its toll already? And I hate to be the villain here, but the dark reality is, small has basically always been associated with weakness, submissiveness, femininity, scarcity, and low status throughout human history. The respectful thing to do would be to acknowledge that that psychological bias is alive and well and impacts the lives of those on the receiving end of it. Sure, there are plenty of small people who are dominant, and some people out there are down for that. But there's nothing wrong with embracing the role that people assume of you either. Me, personally, I snapped because I could no longer justify fighting against nature. It felt like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Not every man is built to be an alpha. Doesn't mean you can't try. But come on, bro. You're using a fictional character as an example of how small people can be physically dominant in unarmed combat? I mean, it's good to have representation in media, but that subtly implies that powerful small men only exist in fantasy worlds, if you think about it. And equally ridiculous, saying the idea that 4 little persons can easily beat up a tall person in a fight is proof that we're all equally able. That literally implies that a single tall person is more powerful than 3 little people, and they need 4 to take them down. Not the best supporting evidence, but I get that it's difficult to defend a position that's divorced from reality.
But he's, more importantly, he's also 28, calling himself a 5'4" man. Look, man, you really gotta do better for yourself. Self-affirmations, body positivity, do something for yourself, man.
I need affirmations? So now, Joshua here is telling everyone who's insecure about their height after years of bullying and rejection just needs to shut up and be positive. That everyone who cares about height prejudice or wants to bring attention to it just needs to perform mantras every day to make it go away. Pray the gay away, so to speak. Remember, when he says this to me, he's also indirectly saying it to you too.
Here's the thing though, I don't think you have issues in finding a girlfriend because you happen to be a cute AF 5'4" man. I think that you can't find a girlfriend because you happen to call yourself a cute AF 5'4" man. So you could really just have a super sour personality that nobody, really wants to be around. And from the looks of it.
And again, Joshua, what you're saying isn't just directed at me, but everyone who watches your videos who also has things in common with me. And now they're probably seeing a comment section full of invalidation and their issues being made into a joke. And now they feel too embarrassed to accept their feelings or speak up for themselves. They probably feel rejected. Well, guess what? I embrace those who feel rejected by the mainstream. Your feelings are real and validated here. And no, being involuntarily celibate in your late 20s does not automatically mean you're a bad person. Great way to kick those who are already down, though, Joshua, and drive them further down the fringe pipeline. But this is the kind of behavior we can expect from someone who links their Blue Sky page and calls it the good ending Twitter.
I think we found our first male pick-me, dude. This is crazy. Scoot over, Chad. Let me get in there.
And here we are, why he picked the title he did. The Pick Me Height Maxer. Even though I've only made like 3 height maxing videos. His reason doesn't really make any sense when held up to the smallest bit of scrutiny. I fail to see how he came to the conclusion that I'm a pick-me. It was never properly explained. Then he insults a portion of his audience again by displaying this incredibly offensive sign. You hear that, guys? If you can't find a girlfriend, it's not just because your personality is bad, it's also because you're lazy. I get that the sign was directed at me, but many other men were hit in the crossfire. As I said, not properly explained. Does not fit the definition of a male pick-me, which is someone who distances themselves from other men to gain the approval of women. Kinda sounds like what you're doing, broski. I'm starting to feel embarrassed on your behalf. This is getting brutal.
And it's weird that he has looks max in there too, because aren't looks maxers known to be the exact opposite of what this guy is? This guy's submissive, cute AF, while looks maxers are supposed to be hardcore, bone smashers, women abusers. I don't co-sign it, but that's what they are.
Oh my god, bro. The level of myths and paranoia about the black pill is out of control. Looks maxers all abuse women now? Looks maxing literally just means maximizing your looks. And yes, I've been looks maxing since like 2018. It just started slow and never went as far as some people take it. But clearly I keep myself well-groomed, have a skin routine, and try my best not to gain weight. Anyone can looks max. Even you.
29, short, aging cute cell, burned out. I wasted my 20s grinding and failing. No girlfriend, ever. Stuck in my childhood room. My only hope was success online, and now even that's being taken by guys 10 years younger. Time is running out. So now he's 29? Does he think that raising his age would higher the chances of him finding a dami mommy?
I guess the dude's never heard the concept of a birthday before. What happened is, the day I was born on passed, and the count of my number of years on Earth went up by 1. How the fuck would being 29 increase my chances of finding a dami mommy anyway? If anything, it would lower it, as I barrel toward twink death.
If you're trying to bring up the topic of heightism, which is a real prejudice ingrained in society, where, just not as popular. Yeah, this is the list of prejudices we have. We got the real top bad ones, and then we got this one right here. It's a prejudice, but not really.
I'm sure this part pissed a lot of you off. I knew it would. Apparently, according to Joshua, the prejudices that are the most popular are always the worst ones. And because heightism is less trendy to virtue signal about, that means it's not really a prejudice. How does that statement make you guys feel? And on top of that, knowing that there are peer-reviewed studies showing that in the 21st century, height has a greater impact on life outcomes than ethnicity, sexuality, gender, or religion. Yet it somehow gets completely ignored. And the people ruling the world have a vested interest in keeping it that way. We've literally got multinational corporations putting chemicals that stunt growth in food products marketed toward new parents and children. How is that not a glaring red flag?
If you want to have a conversation about that prejudice, then have that conversation. But calling it cope when someone gives you examples of short people who are successful, who are strong, and who do positive things, and you just call it cope, to me, that just sounds like you really don't want to hear it.
You know, the problem with all these NPCs in the world is that they're incapable of seeing the forest for the trees. They get locked down on the details, like me calling those examples cope, and are incapable of seeing the bigger picture. The reason why I called it cope. The examples in isolation are not automatically cope. But when they're used to deny the existence or significance of height supremacy, then they certainly are.
And the thing is, we know height prejudice exists because if we take a look at Kevin Hart's career, every role that he has been in, every single joke that he has, or just Kevin Hart in general, his entire life, he's been made fun of because of his stature. In the Scary Movie series, besides the tent scene, he was the short guy that was getting thrown around a lot. When he shot a shotgun in the movie with Ice Cube, he got thrown around because he was short and he couldn't shoot the shotgun, even though I'm pretty sure he's strong enough to shoot a shotgun. Regardless of how over-exaggerated it was, Kevin Hart didn't sit there and start whining about how he's a cute boy, cat boy, incel or whatever. In fact, he took those to advantages and is probably one of the most successful people his height.
And referencing Kevin Hart, a 1 in a million celebrity who the stars align for out of a sea of other people getting eaten up by Hollywood, that because he didn't whine about being a cat boy, which I don't do, by the way, that means we have no reason to voice concern. I don't know about you, but if I was a millionaire, famous person, I wouldn't feel like complaining either. I'm almost 30 years old, bro. I've worked hard too, at least as long as Kevin did before he succeeded. Hopefully the universe teaches you the role luck plays one day, so you can learn proper empathy. Wisdom comes with suffering. You also don't understand me still. I would enjoy getting self-deprecating roles in movies. I would genuinely take those humiliating jobs in a heartbeat and love every second of it. I would bet that I have more in common with Kevin Hart than you do. We both embrace the masochism and love tall, muscular women. Would love to meet the guy, to tell you the truth.
And from my perspective, I do believe that heightism does exist. It's sort of been ingrained into our society since man.
And here you are, acknowledging the existence and history of heightism. Thanks, I guess, even though you said it was the least important prejudice. Now let's see how long it takes you to contradict yourself.
Height is a factor that is used to choose our leaders, but it's also how partners are chosen as well. There are prejudices like that, but then there are disadvantages that most short people will always have in anything physical, anything sports like basketball. It doesn't mean you can't be great at it. Nothing's really impossible. What you're talking about is, I would say, more disadvantages. Let's call them that. So you can say that there's prejudice in politics and that there's a disadvantage in sports.
You can certainly be great at whatever you set your mind to, but you'll always be overlooked in favor of those who have a more optimized build for that activity, especially if they're equally skilled. This is an unfair reality of life. And I think you're a little confused about the differences between prejudice and disadvantage. They aren't mutually exclusive. They have some overlap. For example, you say that there's prejudice in politics, but disadvantages in sports. But that height prejudice in politics is a disadvantage. And one disadvantage faced by short people in sports is the prejudice against them when people select team members. Who's always picked last? The little guy.
But when we get to talking about women's preferences, if she doesn't like short guys, Chad, you're gonna have to respect that answer and stop stalking her like Joe Goldberg. She doesn't want you.
Oh my God. That last part, was another embarrassing fail of a jab at me. All it does is highlight the irony of titling the video "The Male Pick Me." Almost like you're projecting, since I never once said I couldn't respect no as an answer. I've accepted rejection like 50 times so far, and there's never been any problems. I don't blame women for not liking short guys. I totally get it, which is why I give them a taste of their own medicine by only liking tall women. Not that I have a choice in what's attractive to me, but still. Finally, the most effective way of coping with being a short guy, this is what I do, and that is embracing it.
Niche maxing. Niche maxing. Here goes that 1984 Newspeak. That's Ingsoc right there. That's a Fed. Niche maxing. Buddy, that's called accepting yourself. It's called loving yourself. But you also said a couple videos ago that you don't accept yourself. And in fact, you want to be shorter.
And I wish I was shorter.
So do you embrace the fact that you're that size and that's never gonna change? No! Or do you get upset at other people shorter than you because they get to be more submissive than you? Your words, not mine.
I get it, Joshua, I get it. Big new words can be scary sometimes, but we'll get through this. Niche maxing is not the same thing as accepting yourself. It's basically a word I made up that means leaning into the competitive advantages you have as a man and targeting the women that like you as their type. So if you're a skinny, attractive, small guy, it can be beneficial to look smacks your face for the pretty boy look, to optimize your targeting for bisexual, alternative type women. Tomboys, farm girls, goth chicks, hippies, etc. Better to effectively target a minority demographic than ineffectively target the majority. And yes, I do get upset when I encounter men shorter than me, because I want to experience feeling even more vulnerable to and height-mogged by tall, rich girls.
You don't remember that? Like the jealousy flipped and now you hate every single little person in the world because you're jealous of them now and their dwarfism? I promise you, someone with dwarfism or a medical condition that makes them that height would immediately trade places with you any time of the day.
I'm willing to admit it. I'm jealous of shorter guys down to around 4'10". But to clear this up once and for all, I am not jealous of people with dwarfism. I don't doubt that almost everyone shorter than me would love to trade places. I know what it's like to feel that way. But don't make such bold claims about people when you don't really know. But I get it. That's how you keep your viewership up. Wild exaggerations make for a more exciting story. It's funny how when a tall guy acts confident, he's a leader. But when a short guy does the same thing, it's short man syndrome. Short guys are told to just be confident. But the second we...
I don't think I have ever interacted with anybody, whether friend or foe, no Spider-Man, who has ever said that my confidence in anything that I do, any subject, any art form, is a Napoleon complex or a short guy complex. Never interacted with anybody like that.
You know, it's funny because what you just said doesn't actually prove anything. Everyone knows that people don't always say what they're thinking. They usually save that for the internet. In real life, people want to keep up a facade of not being shallow, maintain that virtuous image. I shared my own experience with that in my video about heightism in the workplace. Link in the description.
Something also to kind of bring to our attention is the fact that the Napoleon complex isn't based off of anything factual. The Napoleon complex is a term based off of British propaganda. Napoleon was average height for his time.
Again, lack of research. If Joshua would have watched my second most popular video on YouTube, he would know I actually agree with this and said the same exact thing about Napoleon. The reality is, Napoleon complex is a very widely used term and is good for algorithm and search engine optimization.
And I mean, most time when short guys are being called out or being made fun of for being short in that sense is because they're kind of assholes at the same time. Two things can be true.
What did I hear? So I guess now short guys all deserve to get bullied? Hear that, folks? Victim blaming is okay as long as it's against short guys, apparently. I mean, I get you were trying to shoehorn me into your Pick Me series, but unfortunately, that term just doesn't fit me as much as it fits you this time around. If you're a short guy who heard what he just said right now, I'd like to know how it made you feel in the comments. Napoleon complex is not a syndrome. It's a double standard.
Chad seems to be bringing up a lot of these topics. You know, he's bringing these to you as somebody who wants to inform you, but from my perspective, it seems like he really doesn't want to do anything about it. You're bringing this to our attention, but do you want to do anything about it? I don't think so. So maybe stop and let the people who do want to do something about it do it.
Don't want to do anything about it? I think toiling 25 hours a week to make all these videos and engage with other disenfranchised young men while also juggling a ton of other responsibilities is doing more than most. Spreading awareness is doing something. I mean, what do you want me to do? March onto the White House lawn? Tall supremacy needs to become common knowledge first. That is my purpose here. The rest will naturally follow as the people are inspired and enlightened by the brutal truth.
Maybe you can't find a girlfriend because you can't spell inferior either. Maybe that dummy mommy's not gonna show up for you because even though she likes her men submissive, she probably still wants somebody who's confident. And it's clear that you're not even confident enough to spell inferior.
That part about how I spelled inferior, that was kind of funny in a dumb joke kind of way. Kind of random, disconnected. I mean, I wouldn't have to spell inferior that way if every last social media platform wasn't using every single possible opportunity it can to suppress my content by holding me to a far higher standard than everyone else and letting people like you say whatever the fuck they want and still go viral. Makes sense why you don't understand. You haven't been persecuted and have your digital identity blacklisted across the internet. But I'll tell you what, I've had more attention from tall women and women in general since making my Chadlet maxing accounts than I ever have before in real life. Too bad they're not close by, but still. Things are playing out like you made this video on opposite day. I couldn't be more confident about the way I look. Most of my 20s were spent in a near cocky level of confidence. My lower confidence these days is mainly due to getting older and just generally feeling inadequate regarding my accomplishments in life, and fear of aging. But regardless, it all just sounds like more normie, gaslighting, just be confident, bro, bullshit. It clearly doesn't always work. Some guys just get lucky faster and think they have the W-Riz when they just met the right girl at the right time, and their odds were better due to a variety of factors. Being short is just a mindset. Go manifest that.
This guy's an asshole, guys. This is why he gets... I just bit my tongue.
Instant karma. Or maybe my dark magic is finally working.
This guy is an asshole. He doesn't give a darn about high prejudice. I'll tell you that.
Wow, bro. I'm an asshole, huh? Who doesn't care about height prejudice? What kind of psychopath do you think I am that I'd make 50 long-form videos and hundreds of short-form videos calling out heightism while secretly not even caring? This is like an Alex Jones-level conspiracy, but at least his theories made logical sense.
Because to be honest, you ever seen that comic of where a guy's like, man, I wish I had his bike, and then the other guy's like, I wish, no wait, not that one, because he was like, I don't want that bike. He had a Lamborghini. It'll be like a skinny girl, and then it'll be like a really big girl, a curvaceous girl, and then they'll both be like, I wish that we had each other's body, or a short guy and a tall guy. I wish that we had each other's bodies.
These comparisons are absolutely insane. To those of you watching, how does it feel to have your permanent bone structure that massively impacts your quality of life be compared with bicycles or weight that can be gained or lost? I don't know, that seems pretty ignorant to me. The most nonsensical example of all is acting like a tall guy would say he wished he had a short guy's body. We all know that almost never happens, unless the person's mentally ill, completely ungrateful, or is a masochist like me who wants to sit on tall women's laps and get treated like an emotional support animal. Almost every time I've heard a tall guy say that in the comments, he was trying to troll me or rage bait for engagement. But I don't even need to say all this. Because I shit you not, this guy completely contradicts himself in record-breaking fashion less than a minute later.
That's just how it works. That has nothing to do with height prejudice, but I'm pretty sure that every short person can agree being shorter would be worse.
As absurd as that just was, and I'm sure many of you are speechless that he actually left that in, I do appreciate that he ends the video acknowledging that being shorter is objectively worse. We need to face the dark truth in order for society to begin to heal. Evil festers in darkness. It must be brought to the light. That's why they call me the light bringer. If you made it this far, go ahead and type based in the comments. It's how I know who watched the whole thing, and it means a lot more to me than you might think. If you want more of this, more dark truths, brutal stories, and calling out the gaslighting that excess males deal with on a daily basis, hit subscribe. We're building a community of shared struggle here. And the video you see on screen right now, the algorithm picked that one specifically for you. So trust it. We'll see you there.
Of all the video game genres, few are as taxing or rewarding as stealth games. Whether they involve sneaking past security cameras in a future dystopia or hiding from bloodthirsty guards in the ancient past, stealth games are often slow and stressful affairs, lacking the pizzazz or immediate gratification that so many other experiences offer. But when everything comes together and one squeezes through their quiet gauntlets without leaving a trace, the sense of satisfaction that they provide is unlike anything else. For a generation of gamers, few other experiences epitomize this better than Looking Glass Studios' Thief: The Dark Project, where competing stealth titles like Metal Gear Solid allowed players to go full Rambo at the drop of a hat. The Dark Project forced its audience to keep to the shadows and use every affordance its mechanics and environments provided in order to avoid being caught. It was among its genre's most formative experiences, and it was followed shortly after its release by a sequel that all but improved its greatest qualities, establishing both as being among the greatest gaming duologies of their era. Unfortunately, no sooner had the series made itself known than Looking Glass was forced to close its doors, and its ownership was passed on to Ion Storm's Austin branch. The latter would do its best amid trying circumstances to do Thief justice and deliver a game that, while not perfect, would have plenty of strong points. But like a curse from on high, this third entry would neither save Ion Storm from its own subsequent demise, nor prevent the series from resting afterwards in peace. Were this all that there was to Thief's history, one wouldn't be remiss calling it tragic. Yet in between all of its mainline titles, the series saw no shortage of support from its fans, who did their best to keep its memory alive with pro bono projects of stunning ambition. And when these fans were also AAA developers, the games that they produced rarely failed to do the same. This is the rise and fall of Thief. During the last decade of the 20th century, few video game developers inspired as much reverence as the Massachusetts-based Looking Glass Studios. Founded in 1990 by a small yet passionate group of designers, Looking Glass's first 5 years were spent winning over PC gamers' hearts with a catalog that was as acclaimed as it was varied. Its first game, Ultima Underworld: The Stygian Abyss, wowed role-playing fans in 1992 with its deep mechanics and immersive labyrinthine world, which featured expansive 3D environments at a time when most other video games were a dimension behind. Then, after releasing a well-received sequel and a John Madden football game, it threw cyberpunk aficionados for a loop in 1994 with System Shock, a subversive action game that saw players attempt to liberate a space station from the grips of a malevolent AI. And the year after that, it proved it could take to the skies with Flight Unlimited, an aerobatic flight simulator that garnered the approval of countless would-be pilots. No matter the genre or setting, Looking Glass seemed to have the Midas touch when it came to game development, transforming every project it worked on into digital gold. However, after the release of Terra Nova Strike Force Centauri in 1996, many within the studio were left wondering how much longer they'd be able to keep on this track. A tactical first-person shooter set within the 24th century, Terra Nova was well received, but left its developers knee-deep in debt, throwing its plans for the future into uncertainty. In the end, Looking Glass was quick to find creditors willing to help it remain afloat, and stave off what could have very well been an untimely death at Terra Nova's hands. Yet it was even quicker to cancel plans to develop a sequel, believing that the talent of its employees would be better served elsewhere. It was around this time that a few of these employees attempted to pitch Better Red Than Undead, a first-person sword-fighting game that would have thrust players into a Cold War-era zombie apocalypse. According to those that helped conceive it, Better Red would have been both silly, yet complex, and allowed players to ally themselves with a host of opposing factions to keep the zombies at bay, turning their fight against the ghoulish army into a war of both diplomacy and dismemberment. While the powers that were shut it down relatively quickly, a window was kept open for a reinvention. In a 2013 retrospective on Rock Paper Shotgun, Looking Glass's Mark LeBlanc would explain how the studio's executives found its emphasis on sword fighting to be fine, yet its premise too quirky and contrived for its own good. They wanted players to be thrust into a fictional universe where wielding blades would make more intrinsic sense, as well as be easier to market to the masses. Complying with this sentiment, the team went back to the drawing board and conceived Dark Camelot, a twisted sword-fighting game inspired by Arthurian myth. Within Dark Camelot's world, King Arthur was to be a tyrant that ruled with an iron fist, and invented the legend of the Holy Grail as a means of controlling his vassals. Merlin would have been a psychotic marketer that traveled back in time from the future. The Knights of the Round Table would have been thugs that wore jerseys covered in corporate logos, and Mordred, Arthur's bastard son/nephew, would have been on a one-man quest to end all of their lives. Unlike Better Red, Dark Camelot managed to quickly gain momentum, with Looking Glass's staff assembling a smattering of tech demos and artwork after its basic premise was ironed out. Many within the team were hopeful that they would be able to get it out the door in less than a year and use the revenue it would generate to launch a burgeoning franchise. Yet no sooner had they begun to hope this than Dark Camelot started to fall apart. Its gameplay morphed and grew well beyond its original scope. Its staff kept getting shuffled around to other projects, and those that weren't shuffled realized that they hadn't the slightest clue how they were going to market it. However, while all of this was going on, the team continued to draft up levels to eventually include in Dark Camelot, and noticed that time and time again, the levels that they were giving the best definition and detail to all involved covertly breaking into Arthur's court. They were completely at odds with the rest of the project's focus, yet they were also some of the easiest to explain to other people and tantalizingly novel. Sensing an opportunity to turn the game's troubled fortunes around, Looking Glass founder Paul Neurath suggested that they drop the game's Arthurian setting and instead focus on creating a game centered on a thief. The team obliged, and the project was utterly overhauled. Arthur's kingdom morphed into a steampunk-inspired sprawl. Its knightly villains gave way to opposing religious orders called the Hammerites and the Pagans. And Mordred was replaced with Garrett, a master thief trained by the secretive Keeper organization. What was previously Dark Camelot became Thief: The Dark Project.
Garrett, it's Victoria. I trust you made it back alive. You've done well, Garrett. Come with me and bring the sword. There is someone you have to meet. It's time for the payment you've been promised.
In the months that followed, Looking Glass's staff experienced both triumphs and struggles as they worked to bring Thief to fruition. Even though there were few other stealth titles at the time that they could look to for guidance, the team had little trouble coming up with ways to make their game into a stealth lover's wonderland, conceiving offbeat mechanics like water arrows, which could be used to remotely douse torches in order to encourage covert play. They also managed to assemble all of the code and assets needed to create these scenarios with much greater ease than normal, as a result of having access to an especially efficient suite of development tools. This included Thief's Engine, the Dark Engine, which Looking Glass's staff specifically designed so that it would enable its programmers, artists, and designers to work more effectively and independently than ever before, as well as yield impressive 3D graphics and physics effects. And, like with most of Looking Glass's prior endeavors, there was no shortage of individuals on the team willing to give it their all to see it finished. One such individual was Randy Smith, a programmer by trade but a designer by heart. Smith joined Thief's production only partway through, but went on to play a pivotal role in shaping it, helping craft the layout of many of its levels as well as other, more minute aspects of its design. And yet, despite all of this, the team also spent a significant amount of time dealing with issues the likes of which they'd never encountered before. Perhaps most notoriously, they experienced severe trouble getting the game's enemy AI to function as intended, with Garrett's adversaries acting unpredictably and unfairly throughout much of the project's development.
Knock your teeth out!
While they eventually managed to fix this problem, doing so cost its programmers many sleepless nights and resulted in Thief's core gameplay only coming together in the latter stages of its development. Setbacks such as these, and all of the other frustrations that cropped up over the course of Thief's development, were made all the more challenging after Looking Glass released British Open Championship Golf in 1997. Like Terra Nova before it, Championship Golf proved a critical success, but a massive commercial bomb. So massive that the studio was forced to lay off a sizable number of its staff and close down a subsidiary it had established in Austin to remain afloat. In addition to causing those that remained on staff severe heartbreak, these layoffs tripped up what little momentum Thief had managed to build up until this point, and it would take some time for both to fully recover. Despite all this, the final few months of the game's development wound up being among the most productive and spirited that Looking Glass's staff ever experienced. And when it finally released in December of 1998, players around the globe would vindicate this effort and find Thief: The Dark Project to be a triumph in nearly all aspects of its design, as well as one of the studio's best titles. Its graphics and sound design did an excellent job of immersing them in its eerie setting. Its story kept them moving through its walls with bated breath, and its gameplay ensured that they never got tired of doing so. Acting stealthily and keeping out of sight in each of the game's levels simply felt oh so rewarding, and the wide array of mechanics and systems that could be taken advantage of all the while meant that there was never just one right way to get through them. It did a fantastic job of not only making players feel like the Master Thief, but leaving them with plenty of room to define exactly what kind of Master Thief they wanted to be. The only major area where players would take umbrage with Thief would be its small assortment of non-stealth oriented levels. Appearing just frequently enough throughout the game to draw most players' ire, these levels usually involved Garrett fighting supernatural monsters like zombies and giant spiders, and drew many unfavorable comparisons to Tomb Raider. In interviews following the game's release, many within Looking Glass would themselves express mixed feelings on these parts of the game, explaining how they only decided to include them after concerns grew that players might not take to Thief's quieter levels. It struck them as better to hedge their bets and include thrills that people already understood and enjoyed, instead of just focusing on a single, unproven style of play. At the end of the day, however, this issue would do little to dissuade gamers from buying Thief in droves, and using both it and the original Metal Gear Solid as landmark examples of just how much the stealth genre had to offer. Thief, System Shock, and Ultima Underworld would also be heralded in later years as progenitive examples of the immersive sim, a term that would be coined by ex-Looking Glass employees to refer to action games that allow players to interact with their architecture and systems with a high degree of freedom, and as a result of this, support varied and creative solutions to the problems they impose. The following year, Looking Glass would release Thief Gold, an expanded edition of the stealth title that featured a host of mechanical improvements, a smattering of bug fixes, and 3 new levels, 2 of which the studio had previously intended to include in the game's original release but had been omitted due to time constraints. The addition would be well received by fans of the original game, who found these changes made for a stronger, more complete experience, and would go on to be heralded as the optimal way to experience the series' first outing. In the end, however, while Thief's burgeoning community would spend many hours stealthing through Gold's enhanced levels, they would spend countless more pursuing its mission editor, Dromid. Released by Looking Glass both as a standalone download and on disc with Gold, Dromid quickly became the toolkit of choice for a generation of aspiring level designers, who would use it to produce a tremendous amount of custom-made content over the next few years. This content, in turn, would go on to become a cornerstone of the franchise's identity and result in subsequent versions of the series' editors being made available to the public well into the future. The same year would also see Looking Glass complete development on System Shock 2, alongside Irrational Games. The latter studio had been founded 2 years prior by several former Looking Glass staff, including one Ken Levine, who had helped lay down much of the groundwork for Thief's narrative and characters during the early stages of its production. The sci-fi sequel represented the first project undertaken by the fledgling studio since its inception, yet its quality would prove second to none, with its twist-riddled story, moody atmosphere, and deep level of customizability earning both studios countless accolades upon its release. Unfortunately, while System Shock 2 also wouldn't sell that badly, it would fail all the same to cushion Looking Glass from the subsequent financial failure of Flight Unlimited 3, which would release to abysmal sales just a little over a month after the sci-fi title's arrival. After managing to climb its way out of the red with Thief's help, the onus was once again on the studio to work its magic and bring itself back from the brink with a game that would sell as well as it played. It was a precarious situation, but Looking Glass had reason to remain hopeful, because all the while this had been happening, its staff had been hard at work on Thief 2: The Metal Age. The moment that production began on Thief 2, Looking Glass's staff had made the almost unanimous decision to have the sequel focus more on stealthy gameplay and less on action or supernatural monsters. With fans and critics alike having sounded off their displeasure at these elements after the first game's release, there was no reason to include them anymore. Instead of being a grab bag of different gameplay styles, the sequel would be a tighter, more focused exploration of being a master thief. In order to make this prospect just as fresh and exciting as it had been the first time around, the team decided to inject its world with a splash of modernity. A new technocratic faction known as the Mechanists were introduced into the Metal Age's narrative, and with them, a host of technological advances and constructs designed to make players' lives harder, such as steam-driven robots and security cameras. The artificial intelligence of the game's enemies were likewise improved so that they would respond to threats with greater realism, and Garrett was equipped with new tools that would allow him to counter this realism with greater finesse, such as a remote camera that could be used to spy on enemies from a distance. Plans were also put into motion to integrate a multiplayer component into the sequel, with Looking Glass's staff prototyping a host of competitive and cooperative game modes that made heavy use of Thief's stealth mechanics. But after falling behind schedule, the team decided that it would be better if they instead siphoned this component into its own separate release and focused on getting the Metal Age's main course out the door. In a retrospective posted on Salon shortly after the game's release, many of Looking Glass's staff would describe how the project's publisher, Eidos Interactive, effectively pressured them to complete the sequel post-haste during its final few months, which in turn resulted in an intense period of crunch. Office floors became beds, programmers coded through the night, and opportunities were missed, from the perspective of at least a few designers, to make an even more polished experience. These designers may have very well been right. Yet when Thief 2: The Metal Age arrived on store shelves in March of 2000, most stealth fans were hard-pressed as to how it could have been made much better. Pretty much every facet of the sequel, from the layout of its levels to the feel of the game's mechanics, felt tremendously improved over those of its predecessor, and provided for an even richer stealth experience than before, one that both demanded smarter play, but still allowed for a great deal of self-expression. Almost everyone that played it was in agreement. If the Dark Project had represented its series' birth, then the Metal Age represented its maturity. Nevertheless, some came away from the sequel miffed by the lack of wonderment to its environments, finding Looking Glass's decision to have the sequel feature much fewer supernatural elements and monsters took away from the surreal, offbeat mood established by its predecessor. In a 2011 podcast appearance, Randy Smith would express feelings similarly, explaining that while he was still immensely proud of what he and the rest of Looking Glass accomplished with Thief 2, he felt that in the end, they may have focused too much on just stealth and human enemies for its own good, that they overcorrected the first game's flaws, where they should have tried to achieve more of a balance. A fair few would also find the Metal Age's graphics to be a little dated, though even its harshest critics would admit that this rarely detracted from the rest of the experience.
You gone too far this time, you camel-mannered, tunic-wearing mollycoddle! And arrow in the throat to shut you up! Have at thee!
The next 2 months at Looking Glass were spent working on Thief 2's Gold Edition, as well as projects like Jane's Attack Squadron, a combat flight simulator. It seemed like business as usual for the studio, but internally, many were beginning to sweat. While they were on track to ship Attack Squadron soon, both the costliness of its development and a deal gone wrong to work on an espionage game titled Deep Cover had left the studio even more in debt than it had been after incurring Flight Unlimited 3's losses. And it wasn't due to receive royalty payments on Thief 2 for a while longer. Few believed that their end was truly upon them, but there was no doubt in their minds that desperate measures needed to be taken. As a result, Looking Glass began shopping itself around to companies willing to buy it, and soon found itself deep in negotiations with the publisher of the first 2 Thief games, Eidos Interactive. Eidos had already agreed to continue serving as the Stealth series publisher for several more titles to come, and held no reservations about purchasing the studio that made them as well. But then, just as the deal was about to go through, the publisher backed out due to financial troubles of its own, and the negotiations were canceled. Sensing that its options had run dry, Looking Glass finally gave up the ghost and closed its doors. While most within the studio were left saddened by this turn of events, most also took the occasion as an opportunity to break out the champagne and celebrate. Amidst the heartbreak of knowing that their days making games together were over, there was also considerable joy knowing that the games they'd made had utterly changed the industry for the better. And this joy would persist until Looking Glass's lights went dark for the last time. Nonetheless, a bit of additional sadness would follow in the weeks after the studio's closure, when it would quietly be revealed that Looking Glass had also been preparing to work on Thief 3 before biting the dust, and that its staff had possessed incredibly ambitious plans for it. In a forum post on a Looking Glass fan site written during this time, Smith would claim that this included an open-ended version of the franchise's nameless city that would have allowed Garrett to steal at his leisure, and a crazy plot that would heavily involve the Keepers. Many fans were left dismayed. It was already sad enough that Thief 2's Gold Edition and multiplayer suite were now no longer coming, but learning that Looking Glass had been planning on taking the series to greater heights after their releases made the situation all the more unfortunate. Little did anyone know that in less than a year, Thief 3 would be rebooted, and with the help of many of its former developers.
Travel through the universe trying to figure out this big mystery, what's going on, and how can they stop what's going on. That's it. That's about it, dude. Cool.
4 years before Looking Glass's closure, id Software veterans John Romero and Tom Hall had decided to strike out on their own and form a development studio in Dallas called Ion Storm. The company's founders wanted Ion Storm to be unlike any other studio before it, a place where the best and brightest would develop multiple genres of games simultaneously, and be able to focus more on the art of design than most other companies typically allowed for. It was an incredibly ambitious plan, and it became even more so the following year, when Ion Storm's founders established a second office in Austin with the help of veteran game designer Warren Spector. Spector had previously aided in the development of both Ultima Underworlds and the first System Shock while working as a producer at Origin Systems, before helping set up and manage Looking Glass's own Austin-based subsidiary prior to its closure in 1997. Following this, the designer decided that it was high time he developed his dream game, a first-person action title inspired by Hollywood blockbusters. And after a chance conversation with Romero, he was convinced to do so as part of Ion Storm. Unfortunately, once both of Ion Storm's halves got going, things quickly fell into turmoil. While its Austin office succeeded in cultivating Spector's dream title into a cyberpunk action game named Deus Ex, and releasing it in 2000 to critical and commercial acclaim, its Dallas office became embroiled in controversy and mismanagement. Deadlines were missed, power struggles ran rampant, and its first major game of consequence, a time-traveling first-person shooter called Daikatana, ended up being a massive flop. Many became upset at the studio's prime office, including Eidos Interactive, which had agreed in years prior to provide the company with much-needed advances in exchange for a controlling stake in their operations. And while it would manage to earn back a smattering of goodwill in 2001, when it released an intergalactic role-playing game called Anachronox, these failures and frustrations would ultimately lead to it being shut down a short while after, leaving its Austin office the only remaining branch of Ion Storm.
Hey!
It was during this tumultuous time that Spector learned that Eidos had managed to scoop up Thief's property rights and had designs to see Thief 3 through to fruition. By this point, work was already beginning with an Ion Storm Austin on Deus Ex's sequel, Invisible War, but the veteran game designer didn't want Thief to end up in another, less qualified studio's hands. As a result, Spector requested that Ion Storm Austin oversee its development as well, and began hiring as many former Looking Glass staff as he could to aid the studio in doing so, including Randy Smith, whom he promptly placed in front of the project as its director. From there, the hodgepodge of former Looking Glass and Ion Storm employees began planning out how they were going to invest players once more in Garrett's adventures. Everyone agreed that it was in their best interest to go back to their original plans for Thief 3 from before Looking Glass's closure, which entailed a riveting narrative that would see Garrett explore an open-ended interpretation of the franchise's city and fight a corrupt rendition of the organization that trained him. But a new generation of Thief called for even more new improvements and changes to its core formula. Changes such as allowing players to switch between a first-person and third-person viewpoint, which the team decided to implement after a couple of members hacked together a well-received prototype of the game running entirely in this manner. Together, the hope was that all of these ideas would elevate their game above and beyond its predecessors and reach the largest audience the series had ever known. They were no longer developing Thief 3. They were developing Thief Deadly Shadows. Unfortunately, once development on Deadly Shadows began in full swing, the team slowly started to realize that they had a bit of a technology problem. Unlike the first two Thief titles, which had been developed from the ground up for the PC, Ion Storm had made the decision to develop theirs for both the PC and the Xbox, the latter of which being a platform that few had much experience with and was far less powerful than the former. This alone was a fairly significant issue, and it was compounded further when Ion Storm decided that the project would also feature a custom renderer that would be able to project real-time shadows from every character and object. Slowly but surely, the team found themselves bowing before the demands of both home console and renderer, and reworking increasingly large portions of the game for the worse. Its open-ended city was cut down to a fraction of what was originally planned. Its levels were divided into smaller chunks interspersed by loading screens, and the overall mood within the company became increasingly downtrodden and difficult, so much so that Randy Smith would end up leaving the project shortly before its completion. Surprisingly, however, Ion Storm Austin managed to release Deadly Shadows in May of 2004 to a largely positive reception. Players would take issue with the most apparent concessions that Ion Storm had been forced to make to its world and gameplay, with the game's abundance of loading screens proving a large sore spot. Yet they would also be thoroughly impressed with the quality of the game's enemy AI, the sense of immersion provided by its environments, and overall design of its levels, finding each to have only improved since the Metal Age. And almost everyone agreed that no other part of the game illustrated this improvement better than the penultimate level of Deadly Shadows, Robbing the Cradle. Set within a decrepit insane asylum, Robbing the Cradle featured strong survival horror elements in addition to thievery and stealth, with each turn through its haunted halls yielding all manner of frights both real and imagined. It was utterly unlike anything else before it, but in the best way possible. To die-hard fans of Looking Glass's duology, it was lacking the slickness of its predecessors, and to Ion Storm staff, it was a mere shadow of what they originally hoped to make. But in the end, Deadly Shadows managed to rise above all of the frustrations that surrounded its release, and carve out a place for itself in the hearts of many players. Ion Storm would spend the rest of 2004 conceptualizing new Deus Ex and Thief games with Harvey Smith, one of the studio's chief creatives, briefly working on the latter. Like Warren Spector, Harvey had fluttered between Origin Systems and Looking Glass Studios during his early years, before finding his calling in Austin as the lead designer of the first two Deus Ex games. And when he got a hold of Thief's mantle, he and everyone else involved took more than a few cues from the former series. As detailed in a 2015 report by Eurogamer, this new entry, titled Thief 4 Dagger of Ways, would have seen Garrett transplanted into a modern-day setting, a darkly colorful metropolis of shadow, neon, and moonlight that would resemble an amalgamation of America's most iconic cities. Within its confines, Garrett would have been able to use new, contemporary technologies like night vision goggles, as well as interact with his surroundings on a deeper level than ever before. But he also would have been able to use the eponymous Dagger of Ways to enter the Wraith world, a parallel dimension inhabited by dangerous, shadowy monstrosities. Shifting into the Wraith world would allow him to bypass difficult stealth segments in the real world, but put him in danger of the former reality's fiends, and the tension of deciding whether this was a risk worth taking would, in theory, permeate the entire experience. Upon being presented with this pitch, however, Eidos disapproved of its supernatural elements and asked that Ion Storm remove them. Not wanting to give up on the property, the team complied and reworked the reboot to be almost entirely grounded in reality, only for it to be canceled a few months later after Harvey left to join French developer Arcane Studios. Following this, Ion Storm Austin would bleed employees on a continuous basis, before ultimately being closed down by Eidos in February of 2005. While its closure left many saddened, few of its remaining members were taken aback when it finally happened. Unlike Looking Glass before it, almost everyone within Ion Storm had expected that their end was fast approaching during their last few months and had been prepared for the worst.
This way! Beware of an intruder!
Over the course of the next 5 years, the Thief series would continue, more than ever, to be kept alive by its community, with fan-led projects providing the franchise faithful with plenty of content to chew on while Eidos remained quiet on its future. One especially impressive project that was made available during this period was a 2005 expansion mod for Thief 2 titled Thief 2X: Shadows of the Metal Age. The brainchild of a passionate group of fans called the Dark Engineering Guild, Shadows of the Metal Age had originally been conceived by the guild in 2000 as a means of continuing the stealth series following Looking Glass's closure. Over the course of its development, however, the project gradually took on a life of its own, morphing into a side story set concurrently to Garrett's adventures about a female thief named Zaya. This alone would have left fans duly impressed. Yet even more impressive was that it also featured a slew of well-designed missions, a detailed story told through high-quality cutscenes, and an impeccable level of polish. Shadows of the Metal Age would have likely gone on to become the series' most famous fan-developed project, had it not been followed, only a few years later, by The Dark Mod, an open-source stealth game designed to evoke the look and feel of the first two Thief games and encourage the creation of user-generated missions. In addition to being both immensely well-regarded and supported following its initial release in 2009, the Dark Mod would go on to receive a continuous stream of updates and improvements over the next decade, keeping it in the public discourse and in the minds of the franchise faithful for longer than any other creation of its nature. This same period would also see several notable studios bring the immersive sim back to the forefront of the video game industry. Easily the most prominent of this new wave of immersive sims would be 2007's BioShock, a subaquatic shooter developed by Irrational Games under Ken Levine's direction. While technically conceived as a spiritual successor to System Shock 2 and not Thief, BioShock nonetheless managed to harken back to what had made both series great, with its moody, open-ended environments and highly customizable suite of abilities that could be tailored to suit countless playstyles. Equally well-regarded, but perhaps not quite as famous, would be Dishonored by Arcane Studios, which would see release in 2012. Co-directed by Harvey Smith, Dishonored appeased many a fan of Looking Glass's classics with its gritty Victorian-era setting, steampunk-like technology, and strong emphasis on stealth.
1, 2, 3.
Good. Keep them coming.
Today we're going to be playtesting Deus Ex Human Revolution. Please just bear in mind that...
In the midst of all of this, Eidos would found a new studio in Montreal and promptly put it to work on what would eventually become Deus Ex Human Revolution. The company still wanted to become a major force in the industry and saw Montreal, with its favorable tax and government incentives, as an ideal place for it to further advance this goal. Behind the scenes, however, the only thing that Eidos seemed on track to become was insolvent. Money was being lost on a continuous basis, and most of the games its remaining studios were releasing weren't quite paying the bills. With few other options on the table, the company put itself up for sale, and Square Enix, looking to expand its global operations, scooped it up at the beginning of 2009. Many were taken by surprise by Square's sudden interest in Eidos, noting that its property seemed an odd match for the former storied catalog of Japanese role-playing games, and their surprise would only be strengthened a few months later when the Montreal studio revealed that it was also working on Thief 4 for both consoles and PC. Exactly what Eidos planned on doing with Thief 4 would remain unknown for a long time after, with the studio keeping quiet on the status of its development for the next several years. Nevertheless, spirits would rise dramatically during this period after the studio would release Deus Ex Human Revolution in 2011. Stylish, polished, and oozing with mechanics and systems ripe for experimentation, Human Revolution left many feeling hopeful that Eidos Montreal would be able to do the Thief series justice and fashion their title into just as strong of an experience. Yet when the studio finally started showing it off to the public in 2013, fans found themselves growing concerned. By this point, the game had morphed into a reboot simply titled Thief. And while it bore no shortage of aesthetic similarities to the series they all knew and loved, its gameplay seemed a beat off from what its predecessors had offered. Guards appeared overly easy to avoid. Garrett could enter a focus mode that allowed him to scan his environment at a whim, and the levels he explored held no reservations telegraphing what needed to be done next. It seemed to hold promise, but underneath that promise was a sinking fear that Eidos had strayed too far from what made the franchise's past games great. And this fear was only compounded further by incoming articles that suggested all was not well behind the scenes, with a report published on Polygon in April of 2013 claiming that corporate politics, creative confusion, and a host of other issues had been plaguing Eidos Montreal's game for some time. However, in an interview with Polygon only a few months after the aforementioned report, Eidos Montreal founder Stéphane Dastou would claim that things had been blown out of proportion, contending that every AAA games development has its ups and downs, and that all of these reported troubles were simply from when the project was experiencing its worst nadir. This sentiment would later be echoed by producer Stéphane Roy, who would claim that while the project did experience a period in which its focus wasn't very clear, he had been able to direct and restore this focus after a bit of work. Whether or not Eidos Montreal's Thief reboot was truly troubled during its development will likely remain up for debate. What isn't up for debate, however, was that their finished project proved underwhelming upon its February 2014 release. Critics and old-school fans alike almost unanimously agreed that it did a poor job of evoking its predecessor's feel and depth. Where the original trilogy had provided players with open-ended environments that players could approach with a great degree of freedom, Eidos Montreal's Thief felt largely devoid of the latter, with its levels providing entertaining, yet fairly linear excursions that discourage going too far off script. Most players likewise wouldn't care much for the game's story, finding its writing poor and its lack of references to older Thief lore frustrating, yet not as frustrating as the game's technical issues which dotted the experience with considerable and unfortunate frequency. Eidos Montreal's reboot wasn't outright terrible, but as a follow-up to Human Revolution and a tribute to Looking Glass and Ion Storm's legacy, it was considerably disappointing.
But change is coming! Orion is going to bring change! The Baron will burn! See!
When Thief will resurface next is anyone's guess. Even after its fourth title's missteps, the series continues to remain an icon within its genre, as does its world and characters. Eidos Montreal seems to be safe under Square Enix's wings for a long time to come, but with Square having remained mum on the possibility of another entry for some time now, it's unlikely that it will be bringing back Looking Glass's stealth franchise anytime soon. Reports of a fifth game being in development did briefly make headlines in 2017, when a production company tapped to work on a film adaptation of the series claimed on its website that the title was forthcoming and would be released in step with their motion picture. But this claim was quickly refuted by Eidos Montreal head David Enfossé. There also has been no further news about this film adaptation since this debacle, suggesting that it too has likely been put out to pasture. The only thing that's known for certain is that no matter what happens, the Thief community will undoubtedly continue to keep its memory alive, and its level editors well used. Likewise, while it remains to be seen what will become of series like BioShock and Dishonored, one has to imagine that their designers will continue to imbue the values of these series into their future endeavors. Even if pure immersive sims disappear from AAA game development, there will be no shortage of experiences that continue to espouse their style of gameplay and feature richly detailed environments that encourage players to carve their own path through its obstacles. Such is the lasting power of Looking Glass and Ion Storm's games, and the legacy of Thief. Thank you for watching our video. Our documentaries are crowdfunded and made possible by your continued support for us. We'd like to thank by name the generous patrons who have pledged to our highest reward tier: Caleb Shishkevich, Darirab Sigurdsson, EmuMovies.com, Jefferson Dos Santos Oliveira, Maktoum Saeed Al Maktoum, Timur Turisbekov. If you enjoy our content, please consider subscribing to our channel and joining us on Patreon. Thank you.
Dude, get off my porch!
I will fucking end you! Open this damn door! Now!
Oh my god! Calling the police!
Hello. Hi.
Who's that?
What's your name?
Monica. What's your name?
Monica. Preston.
Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you.
I like your dress.
Oh my god, alright, you guys gotta go. Can you leave, please?
Like together?
Yes, please, leave, together.
You have a number?
Yeah. Not right now. But I have, this is the number for the Mount St. Mary's Hospital.
I love St. Mary's.
Yeah?
Do you want to get Long John Silver's?
Yeah.
Dude, get off my porch!
I will fucking end you! Open this damn door!
Oh my god! Calling the police! Dude, get off my porch!
I will fucking end you! Open this damn door! Now!
Dude, get off my porch!
I will fucking end you! Open this damn door! Now!
Oh my god! Calling the police!
Hello. Hi.
Who's that?
What's your name?
Monica. What's your name?
Monica. Preston.
Nice to meet you. Oh, thank you.
I like your dress.
Oh my god, alright, you guys gotta go. Can you leave, please?
Like together?
Yes, please, leave, together.
You have a number?
Yeah. Not right now. But I have, this is the number for the Mount St. Mary's Hospital.
I love St. Mary's.
Yeah?
Do you want to get Long John Silver's?
Yeah.
Dude, get off my porch!
I will fucking end you!
Well. What's up, YouTube? Long time no see.
fucking get out of here. What's up?
I don't
I'm
know.
so impressed. He's got big hands. Dude, look how big this dude is. He can't pick it up.
Yeah, of the handle.
Look at this shit. Dude, get the... 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2 hands. It's warm up. It's gonna hit me straight in the nuts when I pick it up. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's actually not heavy. Okay, so this one's literally just for grip strength, which I have severe lack of. Who's doing this? Dude, I just been told I got to log press 88 kilos over my head. I've got to pick up this dumbbell with my same thing. It's alright. If you're in a metropolitan area, there's a bold spot there. So I did a stream. Bro was selling it. I'm fucking.
Absolutely have the strength for it. There you go. There you go. Now get that elbow out a little bit more.
Dude, I can't even keep that shit there.
You got the strength for it.
He's a strong man and he thinks I can lift this shit. Bro was selling it. I'm fucking.
Absolutely have the strength for it. There you go.
And I just didn't bother doing anything about it, and I just got bald spots on my legs. Is Zach here? No. I first put that dumbbell on my shoulder. I was holding it for about 3 seconds, and I just felt my whole shoulder just.
Use the legs, drop. Better.
Good.
Yeah, let's go up.
Yep.
Legs straight.
There you go. Good, dude. That was so much better.
Yes.
Headline.
Don't like how much struggle was on your face just then. He's a strong man and he thinks I can lift this shit. Bro was selling it. I'm fucking.
Absolutely have the strength for it. There you go. There you go. Like twist it. There you go.
Let's fucking go. This is a dream.
Everything else kind of follows suit. Easy is a relative term.
Let's fucking go.
Dude,
the grip's fucking fat, man. Oh, okay. It's deceivingly light. I'm not gonna say light because I probably won't get it up.
That's what she said.
Yep.
There you go. There you go. Move that right foot to the left. Like twist it. Other way. There you go. Right there. All right. Big jump.
You have that feeling where like you feel it rolling up? Oh. We're doing a quick outfit change. Beanie on or off?
On.
not have no home training. Make sure you knock before you come in my class. Everybody sit down, sit down. God, class is about to be in session. Professor Bobby. Yeah. Why were you missing all year? Well, you know, I just been in an insane asylum! Because watching this circus act, Triple H is running around calling professional wrestling is driving me crazy! WrestleMania 40 Snooze is gonna have more celebrities on it than fish in the sea. Nah, WrestleMania 40 Snooze is gonna have more ads on it than grains of sand on a beach! Remember back in the day, man, we used to call this in professional wrestling the Super Bowl. Now calling it anywhere close to that, you gotta be super bold. This is not even a conference finals. This is not even a wild card. Not a regular season game, not a preseason game. I wouldn't even call this scrimmage. This is equivalent to you and your little cousin hitting the front lawn and throwing the football back and forth. Man, I done taught lots of kids over the years. I done had Forrest Gump in my class. I done had radio in my class, Bobby Boucher. But if I don't know nothing, I know this. When it comes to creative, there is nobody I taught that's as stupid as you. WWE has turned the Las Vegas Strip into the Las Vegas Desert with the driest card they've had in over 40 years. And don't let me bring up how your wife, Stephanie McMahon, is headlining the Hall of Fame and AJ Styles is being treated as an afterthought. Once again, the phenomenal one turned into the comical one. Great job. Man, I don't know about y'all, but I promise you, WrestleMania this year is gonna feel like you're stuck in traffic and you're trying to get somewhere important. Oh, why you say that, Bobby Monsoon? Because you ain't gonna like it! Boy, you better put your hand down before I hop over this desk and take off my belt. You done enough damage already. Sit down, shut up. Class is in session. All right, for the first match, we got LA Knight and the Usos versus Logan Paul, Austin Theory, and I Show Speed. And I think I'm gonna give this an F. This gets an F, bro. I watch this show every week. Can somebody explain to me, where did this come from? The Vision, I Show Speed, the Usos, and the honorary Us, LA Knight. Out the blue, booking out of nowhere. WrestleMania turned into Random Mania real quick. Give me a break. Now, I do think I Show Speed is gonna be impressive with his in-ring performance. And I think Austin Theory, Logan Paul is always solid in the ring. So I'm guessing the match is gonna be okay, but the build-up was just horrible. They literally booked this a few hours ago. Now, we don't gotta really think about who's gonna win. It's obvious. This is Celebrity Mania. Logan Paul and I Show Speed. And they're going against LA Knight. We all know the LA and LA Knight means losing already. But hey, LA Knight, look at the bright side. If you can make it from gorilla to the ring without stumbling and bumbling, I take that as a win. Next match, we got Jacob Fatu versus Drew McIntyre in an unsanctioned match. And I'm gonna give this, an F. Yeah, Jacob Fatu, you're gonna be getting an F. Oh, Bobby Monsoon, I think this match is gonna cook because it's unsanctioned. You idiots. I'm talking about the build-up. I'm grading the build-up, and the build-up is a F. Failure, fumble, Drew McIntyre. WWE Undisputed Champion a few months ago, Drew McIntyre. On the pre-show of WrestleMania, literally, they didn't even put him on the main card. They put him on ESPN2 for free. I never seen someone get buried like what's happening to Drew McIntyre. He literally had the Undisputed title for 47 minutes before you took him off him, put it on Raheem, and put him in an unsanctioned match with Jacob Fatu randomly. Speaking of Jacob Fatu, we still haven't got no update on who knocked out Jacob Fatu's teeth. Literally, the least you could do is say, okay, it was Drew McIntyre that did it. You don't even have to show no camera. Just announce that we figured out what happened to Jacob Fatu's teeth so we can move on and we can settle the rest of the 896 mysteries. that we gotta solve in WWE. It's a lot. Now, I do think this match is gonna cook. It's unsanctioned. It's WrestleMania. I'm sure Drew McIntyre wants to prove once again why he should be in the main event picture. And Jacob Fatu, this is his style of fighting. I think at very least, we should be getting some memorable moments in this match, so I can't knock that. Next, we got the Fatal 4-Way for the Women's Tag Team Championship match. Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, Lash Legend, Nia Jax, Bayley, Lyra Valkyria, and the Bella Twins. And I gotta give this an F! And dog, let me tell y'all, like I say every single week if you watch my show, this is the worst match, build-up, storyline, creative out of all this weekend. Worse than Pat McAfee, worse than I Shall Speak, Jelly Roll, all the celebrities, all the ads. The women's division needs more respect creatively backstage. They're treating the women's division and these women wrestlers and literally putting training wheels on them, holding their hand. And it's just like, dog, why can't we let the women's division cook just a little bit? We need it. No Bianca Belair, no Naomi. God, why is Charlotte Flair and Alexa Bliss two of the best women you have on that roster doing the same storyline, being best friends? Oh, I love you, just like Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. Dog, where are the beefs at? Where's the hatred at? At least last year, Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton, we had some animosity, some vitriol, some emotion in that feud. There's absolutely no emotion with the Women Tag Team Championships. I feel bad for Lash Legend. I feel bad for Nia Jax. I feel bad for Bayley. I feel bad for Lyra Valkyria, even the Bella Twins. WWE Creative is telling the women in this women's division to go to the toy store, to grab an artificial lemon and make lemonade. It's impossible. Instead of WWE Creative writing some compelling stories that we could be interested in, they literally took 2, 4, 6, 8 women, threw them in a tag team fatal 4-way match that guaranteed a bathroom break for everybody in attendance. And you mean to tell me that some of these tickets are still available, y'all? You know, some of them cost $10,000, $12,000, $16,000 to sit and watch this match. Oh my God, this is highway robbery. As far as who's gonna win, I'm gonna be honest, I could care less. This is a bathroom break. If you're in the audience, I guarantee you'll see half the stadium go to the concession stand. Nobody's emotionally invested in this match. If you want somebody to win, I'm guessing just keep the titles on Lash Legend and Nia Jax until you figure out a way to have some creatives, to have some emotion, to have something going on with this women's division besides throwing together 8 random women, putting them in a tag team and throwing a match and acting like the fans supposed to care about it. Next we got AJ Lee versus Becky Lynch, and I'm giving this an F. Oh my God, AJ Lee, Becky Lynch for the 1,886,000th time. It's only been 6 months. How many times are we gonna have different variations of the same 2 women? AJ Lee took 10 years off, popped back up, skip right to the Women's Intercontinental Champion. Dog, this is BS. I feel like if AJ Lee was a new superstar coming out of NXT, there's no way possible she'll be in this main event spot. We're only shooting her right there because of her past accolades. She has done nothing when she got to the WWE since War Games match, or mixed tag match, or a singles women match, a random match with Bayley, random match with this person, back to the feud with Becky Lynch. For whatever reason, WWE Creative is doing the classic click copy, click paste, click copy, click paste. Triple GP is glitching. Keep coming up with the same exact booking. There's women on these other wrestling promotions that's really showing you that they could take it to the next level. That's really showing you the true talent of the women's division. This right here, when all the lights are bright, dog, I feel like we should be displaying the top women. They should be giving their all at WrestleMania. If you're gonna do Becky Lynch versus AJ Lee, bro, let them go hardcore a little bit. Let them show some emotion. God, why haven't we gotten people popping up on each other at each other's cribs? Why couldn't Becky Lynch catch AJ Lee while she having coffee at Starbucks or something? Like, why can't you do anything other than doing the same backstage interviews, the same in-ring promote? Dog, it's not working. Some of these promos that Becky Lynch and AJ Lee has done has been some of their most cringe work on the mic. Becky Lynch is fire on the mic. She can really tell a story. She can really give that emotion. But at the same time, sometimes it's like what creative gives her, lets her come off so cringe. Remember, we used to call her Becky Cringe, and it's hard to get invested in there. So, Bobby Monsoon, who's going to win this match? I don't care. I don't care. It's a F as far as the build-up. As far as who's going to win, I'm hoping Becky Lynch wins. I'm hoping they don't start burying Becky Lynch, but then again, I'm actually hoping they do. So when it's time to sign her contract, renegotiate, she can give WWE the cold shoulder, wipe her hands, go to AEW, and I guarantee Becky Lynch will be one of the biggest stars on the face of this earth. Next, we got Gunther versus Seth Rollins, and I'm giving this, and this is going to be a little different. Maybe it's surprising to some of y'all. I was going to give it an F, but I can't. You know, I got to keep a spade a spade. A F minus! A F minus. Gunther versus Seth Rollins. Put out the blue more than anything. This match was literally made about 10 minutes ago. Are you serious? Where did this come from, Paula? Where did it come from? Seth Rollins went from the flamboyant flashy guy. He's the comparable Triple H. Now he's wearing all black every single week. I don't know if he's Triple H or the Undertaker now. Seth Rollins is going to go create a midlife crisis. Then John Cena just to do nothing at WrestleMania. I cannot believe the failure, the fumble of Gunther that creative has did. Y'all put him in the position. You should have just put the title on him. He should have won the Royal Rumble. He should have won the Undisputed and the World Heavyweight title. He should have won the Women's and the Intercontinental title. Give him all the gold. If you're going to have him retire John Cena, Goldberg, later on in the year, retire Rey Mysterio. I'm going to tell you how WWE could have saved this real quick and could have made it personal. It could have been a random match. He could have wanted a favor for Paul Heyman, which would have been face Brock Lesnar later on in the year. You make it personal in 0.2 seconds the second Gunther does anything with Becky Lynch. If Gunther even tried the slightest way to play around with Becky Lynch, maybe Becky Lynch went in her limousine and Gunther was the driver like back in the day, The Undertaker and Vince McMahon or some back in the day. Just something. Becky Lynch coming home, Gunther sitting up there on her couch, just something to make this personal. Other than, you can't lace my boots. Give me a break. Who's gonna win this match? Once again, I don't care. This whole night one is a bathroom break. I don't care who wins this match. I can't even, I literally can't pick one. Let me just, I don't know, we're gonna do let me go flip a coin. Alright, I had to grab a coin because I don't have no data on this exhibition match. I don't have no type of history to be able to predict who's gonna win. So we're gonna go heads for Gunther. We're gonna go tails for Seth Rollins. Let's see. Heads. Gunther's gonna win the match. Nobody cares. On to the next. Next, we got Liv Morgan versus Stephanie Valkyrie, and I'm giving this an A, y'all. This gets an A. This gets an A. I know it might surprise some people, but man, I'm going to call a spade a spade. I'm going to keep it real. I'm not going to troll. I'm not going to just give this whole card an F just because it probably deserves it. I got to give credit where it's due. Stephanie Valkyrie and Liv Morgan, this started off as probably one of the most cringe storylines that you could ever think of. Stephanie Valkyrie cutting promos with Dominic Mysterio having to translate to Liv Morgan doing a bunch of overselling in the interview they did with Michael Cole. It was horrible. It was cringe. I say the past 3 or 4 weeks, these two women have done everything in their power to turn this around. And I'm not gonna lie, you gotta say the creative too. You know, there's 100 cooks in the kitchen. So whatever the handful of people that's actually doing this build up has done a great job, man. Stephanie Valkyrie slamming Liv Morgan and a Roxanne Perez. She's leaving a Martin Lawrence knot on Liv Morgan's head and 2 black eyes. Liv Morgan come back getting receipts. They're getting receipts back and forth and back. I feel like we're in retail or something with all the receipts that's getting passed around in this feud. This is what I want. Emotion. I want people to act like it's WrestleMania. No celebrities. No type of extra interference. Just 2 women that want to be on the top of the card. 2 women that's realizing it's WrestleMania season. I think Liv Morgan is going to go over though, y'all, man. I think this was the plan the whole time. Have Liv Morgan come back. Have Liv Morgan job John Cena out before he retires. Have Liv Morgan win the Royal Rumble. Then have her go on to WrestleMania and win the title. Stephanie Valkyrie, she did a great job holding the title, but she was a transitional champion. Even though she was a champion for a long time, she only got that title because one of the greatest, if not the greatest, either her or Bianca Belair, Naomi, got pregnant. She's focusing on her family. She needs to take as much time as possible. So somebody had to get the title. Stephanie Valkyrie, even though it wasn't fast, she was a little bit longer, so we can't really call her transitional, but she was still transitional. Now it's time for Liv Morgan to get the belt, and who knows what happens from there. Next, we got the African-American Nightmare, Raheem, versus Randy Orton and Pat McAfee. And I'm giving this, yeah, y'all probably guessed it, an F, but it's not a regular F. Look, failure, fooled, fumbled. I cannot believe, I gotta take my glasses off. I cannot believe the storyline with decades of history, Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton. Randy Orton punting Dusty Rhodes in the head. Cody Rhodes being a part of Legacy with Ted DiBiase. Cody Rhodes being undisputed champion. Randy Orton wanting that title. Him staring at it for month after month after month after month. Turns around and the big story around this is Pat McAfee. Oh, why? Because Ari Emanuel wants to put Pat McAfee with a lineup with ESPN. Ari Emanuel look at storylines and treat it like a toddler, put it in the back seat. A heel Randy Orton. A Randy Orton that was gonna be the apex predator. A Randy Orton we all waited for because he hasn't been doing nothing but being in segments with celebrities. We waited for this and we got robbed. I cannot believe how creative and WWE fumbled this one. Night 1 of WrestleMania is a complete trash truck juice snooze fest. I cannot believe they're sitting up there in their offices wondering, oh man, why have the ticket sales taken so long? Oh man, you're charging luxury prices for a product that should be... Cody Rhodes just got beat up last week and Pat McAfee took his title, right? Crackdown's on Friday. He's gonna figure out a way to get the title back. He's gonna get a receipt on Pat McAfee and Randy Orton. The next night at WrestleMania, because WWE books the same exact way, like we all don't see it coming a mile away every single month, every single pay-per-view, every single PLE, whatever you want to call it. He's going to turn around and he's going to get his receipt on Crackdown. Then Saturday comes around, he's going to lose to Randy Orton. And what? You're not living in deja vu, are you? Is this the Mandela effect? Because it's the same exact thing that happened last year. You just swap out John Cena and Randy Orton, the same exact thing. A celebrity interference. Literally, they haven't changed anything from the worst WrestleMania of all time to this one. Every single person on that creative team should be ashamed of themselves. They should be embarrassed. And it's sad, man, because it's not even their fault. It's the head of creative. It's the people that's actually directing this. And you can't even put 100% of the blame on them because we got Ari Emanuel wanting to come down from his top floor office, penthouse suite in whatever building he's in to play Vince McMahon every time he wants to wake up on the wrong side of the bed. This is an embarrassment. Night 1 sucks. Next, you got a ladder match for the Intercontinental title. Dragon Lee, Rusev, Rey Mysterio, JD McDonough, Penta, and Javon Evans. And I gotta give this a C, y'all. I'm gonna give this a C. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, how we get a C, Bobby Matsu? They're supposed to get F. It's a bunch of random matches, random people, no storyline. Hold your horses. I know that. I give it a C because I just feel like, man, this is going to be probably the most fun match of the whole weekend, man. Javon Evans, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, Rey Mysterio. You got some nostalgia you threw in there. Put the ladders up, dog. WWE could have clearly put together just a random type of match, you know what I mean? I just name whatever random matches they could have done. They could have just threw whatever up there. They didn't have to give us a ladder match, but they gave us a ladder match. So for that alone, I gotta put it up a little bit. I give it a D for that alone, right? Now I gotta put a C on there because they put Javon Evans in it. Javon Evans, he made an announcement. All his big announcements been on commercial break, but that guy got on Raw every second he had an opportunity to step in that ring. He was the highlight of the night. Literally, a card with Roman Reigns and CM Punk on it. Javon Evans was a highlight of that night. Giving him the spot at WrestleMania, I gotta give some respect to that. Rey Mysterio coming back just in time. Instead of him forcing into a feud with Gunther like they was gonna do before, they put him in the match with the ladder match. Rey Mysterio and ladder matches is just gonna be fire, dog. It's gonna be fire. Too bad it's on the pre-show. Too bad we don't get Montez Ford and the Street Profits. Too bad it's a bunch of other crap going on, because I would like to see Montez Ford, the Street Profits, and all of them run that ladder match back that they did at SummerSlam, but beggars can't be choosers, right? I wouldn't be surprised if Penta retains, because he kind of just got the title. He didn't have a real run with it, and I'm sure WWE is putting a lot of investment and interest in a Penta, so I won't be surprised if he retains, but I'm going for Javon Evans. I'm going for Javon Evans. Put the title in the hands of the future, dog. Javon Evans is literally like he's 21, bro. The last time they invested into somebody when they were in their 20s this early, if I'm not mistaken, was literally Brock Lesnar. Literally, bro. It's been over 20 years. WWE has a serious problem with putting over everybody over the age of 45 and 50. That is not how you move the company decades into a future. If you want to move this company into the future, you put the title, you put the investment into somebody like Javon Evans. We'll see what happens, though. Next, we got Brock Lesnar versus Obafemi, and I'm giving this a B. I'm giving this a B, y'all. I would have gave it an A, but Paul Levesque keeps inserting himself week after week after week into the most viral feud it seems we have this weekend for WrestleMania, Obafemi and Brock Lesnar. This build-up has been solid, man. It's been getting the most views out of everything. It's been getting the most traction, getting the most engagement. Shout out to Brock Lesnar because he didn't have to do it, man. He didn't have to put Obafemi in this position. Shout out to WWE Creative. See, I'm not all negative. I give credit when it's due. WWE Creative didn't have to put Obafemi in this spot. They knew things was looking shaky with Gunther. They knew the big match probably was Gunther and Brock Lesnar, but they invested into the future, which is Obafemi. And that's what needed to be done. This is great, man. I cannot complain about that at all. Is it perfect? A long shot. But Obafemi and Brock Lesnar is a match made in heaven. Finally, the WWE listened to us, y'all. They listened to us. We finally got it. Now, this is the thing. This is a nuclear alert. Please, I don't care about night 1, but night 2 has 2 things on this card that had me go nuclear after the event. 1, this is the first one. If I'm watching this free on ESPN and Brock Lesnar beats Obafemi in 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 12 seconds, 15 seconds, if Brock Lesnar squashes Obafemi, I guarantee you I'm going nuclear. because there's no way this should be happening. It already happened with Kofi Kingston. It already happened with Omos. It already happened with who else? Oh yeah, Big E. You have a long line of people, Brock Lesnar. You have a long line of people that you already put under the dirt. You could give us one. Obafemi, it's time. You're at the end of your career. Obafemi just starting his. Like I said in my other video, Hulk Hogan did it for you, Brock. Who else? The Rock did it for you, Brock. It took these big stars to have to lose to Brock Lesnar, Kurt Angle at WrestleMania 19. It took these big stars that was larger than life to lose to Brock Lesnar, to make Brock Lesnar what Brock Lesnar is. Don't forget the biggest one, WrestleMania 30, when The Undertaker laid down and let you pin him 1, 2, 3. It's time to do some charity work, Brock. You done had a long career, a lot of wins. You got put over 100 times. We deserve one, Brock. It's time to pass the torch. Give it to Obafemi. Let's lead this company into decades into the future, like I always say, because without it, this company is good as dead, and you can guarantee that. Next, we got Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams, and I'm going to give this a B. I'm going to give this a B too, y'all. I'm going to give this a B. I would give it an A if WWE had any brain cells working in their skull, but obviously they don't. This was an easy one to give an A, but I gotta give it a B though. Why, Bobby Monsoon? Well, you remember that guy, Carmelo Hayes? Carmelo Hayes, the U.S. champion, the guy that held Crackdown down when it was unbearable for the most part. At the end of this match, I hear, oh my God, I'm going to snap! I'm going to snap if Sami Zayn beats Trick Williams. Sami Zayn shouldn't even have the U.S. Championship around his waist right now. This is Paul Levesque picking his favorites. Oh, Sami Zayn booking him like Sammy Hogan. He couldn't have Sami Zayn not be on WrestleMania. Give me a break. Sami Zayn is fire. Sami Zayn is a good dancing partner for Trick Williams. But when this comes down to moving this company into the future, Mr. Lemon Pepper Steppers need that U.S. title around his waist. So after that, we could go into a storyline with Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams that could feed us until SummerSlam. I've said this months ago, man, this was a match I definitely wanted to see on WrestleMania because it was Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams. Sami Zayn, the regular everyday guy, working 9 to 5, you know, just working hard, trying to do his thing, feed his family. Trick Williams, big star, movie star, larger than life, big famous celebrity. WWE dropped the ball about 75%, to be honest, as really telling this story. Where's the vignettes at? Where's the vignettes with Sami Zayn with his kids at the crib? Him just being a regular guy at the grocery store taking pictures, bro. Him just being a regular guy, you know what I mean? Going everywhere, people loving him, the Canadians loving him. Where's that at? Where's the vignettes with Trick Williams going up to the Breakfast Club? People, you know what I mean? Fans, paparazzi snapping pictures. Him going, dog, they could have really told this story if Paul Levesque and the WWE creative wasn't so lazy. Next, you got Jade Cargill versus Rhea Ripley, and I'm gonna give this. I gotta give it a C, y'all. Y'all know I gotta give it a C. I don't want no scrub. The scrub that can't get no love from me. Sitting on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to on TLC. Jade Cargill with a new faction, T-Boz, Left Eye, and Chili, TLC. I had to give it a C. Man, but nah, in all seriousness, this had potential to be as good as Stephanie Valkyrie and Liv Morgan, man. They really dropped the ball with this. Now, I think Jade Cargill, Rhea Ripley, they at least tried to make it a little bit interesting, you know what I mean? With TLC coming in, B-Fab and Me Chin coming into play, They shook things up a little bit, but just not enough. Do y'all remember the energy that happened soon as Rhea Ripley won the Elimination Chamber and we knew we was getting Jade Cargill, Rhea Ripley? Like literally, it seemed like immediately after that, rumors started going around how there was real heat between Jade Cargill and Rhea Ripley. They were going back and forth on Twitter, I believe. I forgot exactly what was said. I'll probably put it on the screen, but they were going back and forth, man. Rhea Ripley was like, man, she's not having fun. Jade Cargill throwing shots on Twitter. I'm guessing a meeting happened and they calmed everything down. That's where the mistake went. You have the meeting. You calm everything down backstage. But when it's on camera, you turn it on even a little bit. I said this a billion times. Professional wrestling works best when you can juggle and balance real life and was scripted. That's literally the sweet spot. WWE Creative. I don't know who's working in there now that don't know. This is like the ABCs, the 1, 2, 3s, the most simplistic thing you could book. They were completely scripted. Their promos sound scripted. Their backstage segments sound scripted. Everything sounds scripted. They dropped the ball tremendously with this one. Still, I think Jade Cargill, you know what I mean? She did a great job of just putting this feud over. Rhea Ripley, even though she couldn't help herself but to put Io Sky in this. Rhea Ripley and Io Sky, the worst storyline of all time. We couldn't get away from that. Only a few days. I don't know. This probably should have got an F, to be honest. I think I'm being too nice. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, y'all. Maybe I like Jade Cargill a little bit too much, so I'm being a little bit biased. Y'all tell me in the comments. But I gave it the C, man. If anyone gave this an F, I will have no type of argument. It's not their fault. It's literally creative fault, dog. If I'm Triple H, I'm making them figure it out backstage so we could tell this story and we could work the fans online and we could throw these dirt sheets around and we could act like it's real heat so we could have some type of emotion going in. I'm not feeling the emotion going into this match, and this is for the grandest prize of them all when it comes to the women's. Who's gonna win? Of course Rhea Ripley's gonna win. This is Triple H's favorite. Of course Rhea Ripley's gonna win. If Jade Cargill won, I would be surprised. But then again, I'm rooting for Jade Cargill. But now I'm thinking about it. TKO, I think Jade Cargill might be in bed with TKO, man. You know, she gets the special privilege. She get the jets. She get the catering all to herself. She gets her own section. She don't even go to catering. They set her own locker room up. She has her own special catering. They're eating pizza, Ilio's pizza, and pizza rolls, and what else? They got honey buns in them in the regular catering. Jade Cargill's room look like sushi, lobster, salmon, fine whining and dining. Philippe Childs come to catering at Jade Cargill's locker room. She's getting special treatment by TKO. I gotta switch my opinion. I think Jade Cargill might retain, actually. Triple H ain't got no real power up there anyway. Soon as Ari Emanuel call, that creative is getting changed. I'm going for Jade Cargill. Screw it. Next, you got the Demon, Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio, and I'm giving this a C. I'm giving this a C also, y'all. Once again, this could have been an A, man. This could have had a lot of story, a lot of just emotion in it, man. They just told it too late, too little, too late. And again, they spoiled the surprise. The Demon Finn Balor's coming back. Okay, we don't have to think about it, but they just took out all the suspense in it. I would have liked it if weeks prior we didn't even see Finn Balor. They jumped Finn Balor. We should have never seen Finn Balor after they jumped him. The lights should have came off. Then you should have had red smoke somewhere. Then maybe the noise, ghost sounds. Oh, it's just little clues. 2 to 3 second clues of something was happening. You let the internet run around with their theories. Dominic Mysterio comes out first at WrestleMania. The lights go off and I will stretch it out for about 10 seconds. I would have made this the most theatrical thing of all time. The Demon Finn Balor comes back, then Finn Balor turns back to Finn Balor. And we put some respect on that man's name. Paul Levesque, you've been jobbing this guy out like it's no tomorrow. What's the problem? Do not bring Finn Balor back as the Demon if he's not going to go over. Don't bring him back just to have him go back in the clubhouse with the Judgment Day on the Raw after WrestleMania. Don't bring him back. if you ain't gonna put this man where he belongs, and that's the top of the card, to at least be fighting for undisputed heavyweight championship or world heavyweight championship, Finn Balor been around this world, professional wrestler, putting on some of the best matches you could ever see. Let's get that Finn Balor back, bro. As far as Dominic Mysterio, he's been good for the most part. He's holding the AAA title down. He beat John Cena. Bro, they've been booking him pretty good. So you can't really complain, dog. You can't complain about Dominic Mysterio. But it's time for Dominic Mysterio to 100% lose this. He won it last year. He won the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania last year. So him losing this year is not going to hurt, not even one bit. Next, we got Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. And I'm going to give this an F. An F. I cannot believe we're here. Roman Reigns, CM Punk, the last match, WrestleMania. The first promo, man, everybody was excited. We was all on the edge of our seat. The last promo, everybody's tired. We all got put to sleep. CM Punk and Roman Reigns should be ashamed of themselves, dog. The lack of storytelling, the lack of emotion, the lack of entertainment. Corporate man Punk going around cutting promos like he's really for the fans, like he's not in bed with TKO, like he's not having meetings with Ari Emanuel. Actually telling people to hike the prices up more and more and more. Actually telling people to hike the merch up more and more and more. This storyline sucks. The World Heavyweight Championship isn't even the grand prize in WWE. So what is the Undisputed Championship? Both matches for night 1 and night 2 are complete botch fesses. Seriously. Roman Reigns, I can't say much about him, bro. We're talking about a record level setting of main events at WrestleMania. The Tribal Chief, he saved WrestleMania with the Bloodline. Great. I think after this one, Roman Reigns, we need to retire the OTC, the Acknowledge Me. The whole thing is getting really redundant at this point. They done beat it creatively. I think Roman Reigns might need a character shakeup. As far as CM Punk, bro, just keep the title. Y'all want to know my predictions? Just get to it. CM Punk, keep the title. Nobody wants a title that you wore butt naked in the gym. Nobody wants that, sir. You keep it. We won't even have you actually retire with the title, okay? I don't think Roman Reigns looks good with that title either, bro. He already buried it. Remember the build-up to WrestleMania 40? He said that's the secondary title. He told Seth Rollins that. He told Cody Rhodes that too, bro. That's the secondary title. The big one is the Undisputed. We just had this whole conversation a few years ago. Now all of a sudden we're supposed to wake up and think this is the big one? It's not. Let me know in the comments what you think about that. The professor's back! Professor Bobby Batsuit. It was requested, so I had to deliver, man. Unfortunately, it had to be on these type of terms. Unfortunately, it had to be on the worst WrestleMania of all time. God, I cannot believe this. I'm always looking forward to WrestleMania. I'm always excited. I'm always hype. I am dreading for this weekend to come. This is nothing but a snooze fest. WWE Creative has completely botched this whole WrestleMania. Night 1, night 2. Let me know in the comments what y'all think, though. Oh, man. I'll see y'all in Crackdown. That's Bobby Monster 215. Like, comment, subscribe. BAM!
Yo, what's up, guys? It's your boy C-Jax back with another video, and today we are going to be breaking down Triple Fraud's recent comments, basically burying his entire WWE roster besides like 3 or 4 dudes. And the bottom line is this: Triple Fraud does another self-conducted interview. We're 3 days before WrestleMania and this dude's doing another self-conducted interview because like last year when he did the WWE YouTube channel interview before Mania 41, where he literally was getting interviewed by, like, the guy who interviewing him is literally affiliated with WWE. So Triple H called for this interview and then put himself in the interview, and now this year he has another WWE interview with Joseph Tessitore. And basically they're supposed to be talking about the process of Mania 42 season and how it's gone through and how he was able to piece it together. They already are trying to frame this as if it was so difficult to build this Mania season and how, epic and exciting that it is, though, regardless. And I'm like, dude, stop the excuses. This dude was even on Cody Rhodes' podcast, Dr. Libation's podcast, which, by the way, we'll talk about Dr. Libations a little bit in this video, too, because today he had an interview as well, and he basically said that the Pat McAfee WrestleMania 42 storyline we're getting is the worst received pro wrestling angle of all time. That's what Cody Rhodes has to say about the Pat McAfee thing, and he says Pat McAfee's a yes man, you know what I'm saying, and that, what's it called? He also said another interesting thing, you know what I'm saying? Let's just jump into this. Before we jump into this, first off, though, the long-awaited collab between me and Babito Bonsu, you know what I'm saying, is taking place tomorrow. We're gonna preview WrestleMania 42, break down some other wrestling news. It'll be a pretty fun time, man. I'll put a community post out for the exact time, you know what I'm saying, and all that stuff, but it will be tomorrow afternoon, and it will be a pretty cool time, man. I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna be doing a little live stream, and we'll set it up. It'll be nice and cool to go. Back to the topic at hand. We basically have a situation, ladies and gentlemen, where Codarius Rodington, we'll break him down first to get to Triple H because Cody's story isn't as much, so we'll just get through it quickly. Cody Rhodes, like I said all of those things about the current Mania 42 build, but the most telling thing Cody said in this interview today. In the interview, Codarius Rodington, I respect you, love you. He basically kind of references the fact that in all of his Mania feuds, it's never clear-cut just him versus an opponent. There's always a lot of outside factors added in, which kind of takes away from what's going on in specific scenarios. Because even though he, finished the story at Mania 40, he said it led to a bunch of other epic things, the final boss was involved, a bunch of craziness at the end, but it was a great moment. And then he says that he wasn't able to fully have the moment at Mania 41 because The Rock was involved, Travis Scott was involved, John Cena had just turned heel, it's Cena's final Mania, so Cody was kind of outshadowed by all those things taking place. And then he says this year, you have another insertion into his storyline with Patrick McAfee being involved in him and Randy Orton's feud, despite the decades of potential history to tell stories for this actual feud, right? And then obviously, Mania 39, I guess, is the only one he feels like where it was actually his Mania, you know what I'm saying? It was just him and Roman going one-on-one, putting on a banger, you know what I'm saying? Telling a solid story, really good story, and putting on a great match to end the show at Mania 39. But outside of that, he's basically saying that nothing else has really felt like his own story and his own moment, which what have I been saying for a long time now? Cody Rhodes has never had a Mania that's strictly built around himself. There's never been a Mania where the whole marketing is really about, hey, Cody Rhodes is main eventing, you must tune in. It's always really been about Roman Reigns, right? Or The Rock, or John Cena, things of that nature. Even in Mania 39, the biggest story was, is Roman's reign finally going to come to an end? Cody was at the peak of his babyface popularity, arguably, until, 2024, obviously. However, the real story was Roman Reigns, the bloodline, the Usos main eventing night 1. Will Roman Reigns follow suit and lose his match on night 2? And will his legendary reign be ended? That's really what it was about. Roman was the bigger star. He's the biggest storyline in the company for years. Then you also have 2024. Obviously, you had The Rock and Roman Reigns. They're outshadowing Cody Rhodes, even though he was massive, at that time. And then last year, he was outshadowed by The Rock and John Cena. And now this year, he's overshadowed by Randy Orton, trying to win 15. Pat McAfee getting involved in the storyline and things of that nature. So I get where Cody Rhodes is coming from, but it shows you that the company clearly, Triple H and TKO, clearly do not believe that this dude can build his own storyline. And that's just as simple as that. Like, for example, guys, when Roman is champ or when Cena is champ or any other, of the top champions of all time, you don't have these things taking place where there's just random extra 2 or 3 characters just being randomly added into the feud a month before Mania or a few weeks before Mania. This doesn't happen to champions who the company believes can hold their own weight in their own storyline and their own one-on-one feud. They have to add in extra things to make Cody come across a certain way, because to be honest with you guys, I always said this, he's a mid-carder pretending to be a main eventer. It's as simple as that. So now that that's been basically accepted by him, we can essentially move on from this, because that's just the bottom line here. He can't build it on his own, and even if he has an opponent across from it, just isn't going to work. The Randy and Cody segments that we were getting even before Pat McAfee was involved were nothing nothing. They did one of the worst brawl segments of all time. Randy Orton had a meaningless quote-unquote heel turn where he's still getting cheered after, and nobody cared about Cody Rhodes. Cody's been getting booed. You understand? He got booed after beating Drew, and then he's getting booed after Randy turned heel. Anyways, they were chanting for Randy to beat him up even more. So it's just, it's over for Cody Rhodes, man. I don't know well, who takes the lion's share of this blame. Triple H definitely has a role in why Cody has fallen off, but obviously Cody Rhodes himself, like I've been saying, he hasn't done anything on the mic. He barely wrestles, and he isn't doing anything to elevate himself as a storyteller. And when that happens, you become boring, stagnant, and stale, just like this Mania season. But now, let's move on to the triple fraud interview that took place with Joseph Tessitore. Like I said, this is another corporate garbage interview. Basically, Triple H, tooting his own horn, doing all of that nonsense. And of course, he has, it's another interview basically that's set up by himself. And so Joseph Tessitore asked him about Mania season, and this is what Triple H had to say. He says, the thing about our business that's unlike any other sport, and as bad as it is if you lose a quarterback or if you lose your first string offensive lineman, etc., you have a second string guy to back him up, and you hope that those second string guys are pretty good. But there's no backup Cody Rhodes. There's no backup Randall Orton. There's no backup Roman Reigns. And there's no backup CM Punk. And I have to tell you guys, there being no backups shows you that Triple Fraud has done nothing to build any stars. This is the right message, but wrong messenger, okay? Triple H has obviously, he's spitting facts. There are no backups. Those 4 dudes that he named, along with Brock Lesnar, who's probably going to retire later this year or next year or something like that, they have no other main event level stars in this entire company. And we all know that. And even Cody Rhodes, who's in that group right now, he's obviously a forced main eventer that he's gotten completely boring and has fallen off completely. And Roman in the OTC arc, Triple H has booked him into oblivion. So unless Roman wins this championship, his stock is completely at zero. So yes, there are no backups to these guys who are all in their 40 plus years old, of age, because they have nothing else to build. Because Triple H has built no other stars. There are no other epic storylines, epic performers, epic feuds that you're looking forward to. There are no more quote unquote dream matches that people want to see. You've ran out of options, and Triple Fraud has done nothing since the 2 years that Roman lost his championship. He had 2 years to build up new main eventers. Give us new uppercarters. Give us new people who can be believable in the main event scene and win world championships. And he has given you nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it's embarrassing at this point. And it's so bad to the point where he literally has to come out in an interview and say that there are no backups to our top stars. That shows you that he knows we have no other superstars ready for the main event scene. And who is that on? The creative team. And who's the leader of the creative? The guy who puts himself on all the posters and all the different, programs that this company has. Triple Fraud. And this just goes to show you that he's basically admitting defeat. It's as simple as that, guys. If you are completely okay in a public interview 3 days before WrestleMania, basically disrespecting your talent by saying we have no backups to these top stars, that means that you do not believe in any other talent besides the 4 people named to main event anything for this company in a meaningful situation like a SummerSlam or a WrestleMania. And that, my friends, shows a severe sign of defeat and a severe sign that things are headed in the very, very wrong direction. And it is essentially over, for the rest of this roster. When your boss is coming out and he's basically telling you, yo, I don't believe in you. We have no main event stars. And I know I haven't built any. That means that it's over. And you haven't built any new stars, and the main event scene is dead. You understand what I mean? It's done for, guys. The Roman Reigns, as much as I like him, he's one of my favorite wrestlers ever. The fact that he's main evented 11 WrestleManias, or 10 WrestleManias, whatever it is, that's not good. I understand he's a legend of the industry now, and I understand this stuff, and that's amazing. Roman Reigns is awesome. However, if one dude is main eventing 11 Manias, that means that no one else is doing anything in that main event scene, which means that no one else has been built in the last decade, which is not a good sign in the slightest. And of course, this is just blatantly disrespectful to your talent, man. How can you go on a public interview 3 days before Mania and say some stuff like this? It's just disrespectful. Like I said, he's not wrong. You have no other main eventers besides these dudes. I understand that. And I understand that there are no backups because you have built nothing in their place, obviously. And again, you saying this, 3 days before Mania is such a shot. What about people like Drew McIntyre, Los Angeles Knight, Goon Jobber, Seth Rollins, who's put his body on the line for this company for many, many years, and has actually been capable of cutting great promos. He's going to go down as an all-time great wrestler probably once it's said and done. Seth Rollins is awesome, man. One of my favorite wrestlers of all time. He's done so much great work for this company and done a lot of sacrificing, like he sacrificed his body to help make Mania 40 even better, and you're just not even naming this dude, saying there's no backup. backups. This is blatantly disrespectful. People like Rhea Ripley, even though I'm not a fan of her, she's still a massive star in this industry. You don't even consider her anything as a backup for this? You understand what I mean? You're not considering any of these people? It's really, really embarrassing, bro. It really is. Even Jacoby Fatu, they're trying to push. He's not considered anything. Your young guys like Trick Williams, Melo Hayes, who's been on the main roster for 2 years and has done nothing. Oh, Buscus Femi. None of these people are considered main event guys. They can't back up anyone here. That's a bad sign. And so I see this as a testament to Triple Fraud's awful booking in my eyes. This is just all this is. And you know what I'm saying? When you haven't built any new main eventers, you have to just come out and admit it. And not only is this Triple H essentially admitting defeat, but it also shows you that he genuinely doesn't care anymore. When you're saying things like this about your talent a few days before Mania, it's over. He doesn't care about the image it's going to set for him. He doesn't care about how people are going to respond to it. He doesn't care how the talent are going to respond to it. It's just a reckless comment. It's kind of like when Michael Hayes said that Chelsea Green is an enhancement talent jobber. Like, I understand that you can believe those things, but why are you saying that publicly on a TV show where millions of people can see that? I just, and the talent can see it. I don't understand this thought process. I think Triple H, guys, is going to be fired later this year, possibly as soon as right after WrestleMania. Because when you're saying things like this, bro, you know you're booking bad shows. No one who's booking great content and great television and is building new stars and having engaging title reigns and the fan intrigues at an all-time high, ticket sales are going great, and fans are not complaining about really anything. If that was taking place, nobody would be saying things like, oh, we have no backups. Triple H wasn't saying this in Mania 40 season. He wasn't saying this in Mania 39 season. So why is he saying it now? You understand what, you know what I mean? It's over for this guy, bro. And that is exactly why I think he put Stephanie McMahon into the Hall of Fame and even put himself into the Hall of Fame last year, because he knows that, but he's probably leaving this company soon because the creative is garbage, and either he doesn't care about doing it anymore, he doesn't like doing it, or he can't doing it. I think it's a mixture of all three. But this is just a really, really, really bad look for Triple Fraud, man. And you even have situations right now where they're adding all these celebrities. You have Jelly Roll, you have Patrick McAfee, you have the awful shows we're getting week to week, and these PLEs that just mean nothing, and they're charging you $30 for an ESPN membership for them. He knows it's over. We all know it's over. And I feel like this interview was the peak of Triple H finally accepting the fact that it's done. There's no point to lie and give corporate garbage about, oh, Nick Khan and Ari Emanuel and The Rock and all this, income we're making. We all know you're not making that much income. You understand what I'm saying? Comparatively to what you should be benefiting, right? You're not benefiting and profiting heavy anymore off of this company. Everybody can see that. A blind person can see that. It's over. You understand what I mean? You're in a situation now where you're a few days before WrestleMania, and the biggest headlines that we can talk about is the guy who runs the company bashing his own talents. That is embarrassing, and it shows you how far that things have fallen. It is essentially done for now. And Cody Rhodes and CM Punk are doing their pipe bomb promos or their segments or whatever, and they're just coming out and basically saying, yo, Pat McAfee being involved in this stuff is stupid. You know what I'm saying? They're coming out saying celebrities like iShowSpeed or whoever else is involved, Jelly Roll, these people, they're tired of it. They want actual wrestlers to go out here and wrestle and draw tickets. So they're saying to lower the ticket prices. They're saying to do all these things because, quite frankly, not only is it scripted, and we know that TKO is going to obviously lower the ticket prices this summer as the report came out last week, but even then, the fact that they're just comfortably saying these things and these are written into storylines shows you have no real stories. You have to go for cheap, underhanded things like, oh, well, let's just take a shot at the company and act like it's us taking a shot at our own company. Yeah. No, you're not. Stop. It's a joke, okay? iShowSpeed is opening up a WrestleMania. Do you understand that? iShowSpeed is opening up a WrestleMania. That should tell you everything you need to know about this current product. And the fact that they're coming out in interviews now and just so openly admitting that this stuff is over is sad. There's no fight back. No one will stand up to Triple H and say, yo, this creative is terrible. We have nothing to offer. Because even outside of Pat McAfee and Jelly Roll, right, being involved in this Mania stuff, what in the world is the rest of this card? No one cares about any of these matches seriously besides what? Oba and Brock, maybe Roman and Punk, and even then the Roman and Punk feud has lost a lot of steam and hasn't even had a great build. Not even half of as good of a build as it should have had and what it was looking like it was going to have after the segment after the Royal Rumble where Roman cut that promo and, you know what I'm saying, it was pretty good. I don't understand what they have. They have nothing. Tiffany Stratton, Io Sky, you know what I'm saying? People like that. Even Goon Jobber up until 2 weeks ago weren't even on the card. And Tiffany and Io still are on the card, and they're two of your top women in the division. And you can't find a spot for them. Your mid-card belts mean nothing. The tag team division on both shows and across both divisions is dead completely. The tag team belts aren't even on the card. You understand? What's it called? The division are not even defending their belts. And then the SmackDown tag team champions, I don't even remember who they are off the top of my head, bro. Oh yeah, Damian Priest and R-Truth. That's who it is, right? So we have nothing. You understand that the tag team divisions are dead. The shows week to week suck. There's still, I don't know why SmackDown is still 3 hours, but the problem is just a lot of things, man. It just comes down to a point of you can tell that a lot of people clearly just do not care. No one's going to stand up to, you know what I'm saying, to how awful the product is and how bad WWE's become. The only person who has come out publicly and said anything has been AJ Styles and Roman Reigns. AJ Styles said WrestleMania does not feel and it just isn't what it used to be like. And that's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? It's lost its luster now because it's 2 nights and also because the programming on the 2-night Manias last year was awful and this year's looks pretty lackluster as well. And then obviously, you understand, Roman Reigns came out straight up before the Royal Rumble and said this current product of WWE is mediocre and the creative team needs to do better. You understand what I'm saying? It's as simple as that. Those are the only people who will actually come out and publicly say anything about this company. Even John Cena, to an extent, with his little Instagram post last week where he showed the coffee mug and he's like, I'm retired, do it yourself. You know what I'm saying? Basically saying, I know the company sucks, I hear the chatter, but guys, I'm gone. I'm done. I retired. I left this stuff. So now y'all got to go figure it out. You know what I'm saying? So it's really sad to see that no one will stick up for this stuff. They'll call out a stupid TKO storyline allegedly with Pat McAfee as if Triple H didn't okay that storyline to happen, as if he didn't call Pat McAfee the face of WWE a year ago. We'll just forget about that and just focus on the fact that Pat McAfee is in a random storyline for WrestleMania. So it's all over, man. This stuff is embarrassing. Triple H buries his talent 3 days before WrestleMania, right? Plus, Cody Rhodes is admitting that this Mania season is an absolute disaster class. He feels like he isn't getting the respect that he deserves, you know what I'm saying? Because he's not getting his own solo amazing feuds or storylines. And it's all just a product of a bunch of bad booking, uncreative nonsense, and people just simply not caring. And obviously, TKO and Triple H having zero faith in like 95% of this roster, man. It's just sad at this point, but it's the reality of the world that we live in a few days before arguably what might be one of the worst WrestleManias, if not the worst of all time. So, that's all I needed to say in this video. Let me know your thoughts on Triple H's comments and Cody Rhodes' comments in the comment section below. And as always, have a phenomenal day. Peace out and one love.